Zambula, and a very good morning and warm welcome to everyone. Achira, Tariki Pitalina Luchanami, Bhutan Zone, Shady Project, a chairman to ABS, the Secretary to Education, His Excellency, the Queen Ambassador, and other delegates. And also all the participants are very warm welcome. To put some position that you Marimbara, that I remember to choose to Chisu Catuleve, then Hushilu, the Tamara, officiating Executive Director ABSK, Mr. Namdi Kapule, Chobalesugi, Seshili Finance.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Secretary for Minister of Education and Chairperson of the Bhutan Society, His Excellency Ambassador of Bhutan, distinguished guests, representatives from relevant agencies and organizations, parents, caregivers, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good and good morning. It gives me a great pleasure to offer a warm welcome to all the distinguished guests and participants of the National Disability Conference here in Bhutan, hosted by Ability Bhutan Society. Honorable Chief Guest, I, on behalf of Ability Bhutan Society, would like to express my gratitude for accepting our invitation and gracing the opening ceremony with your distinguished presence. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to our international project supporters who are virtually joining us today from abroad to be part of this conference. I'm delighted to see such a wonderful gathering today, and I'm encouraged by the presence of participants from relevant agencies and organizations keen to share their vast knowledge, ideas, experiences for a better and inclusive society. Your presence signifies the importance of inclusivity and leaving no one behind. As I witness this gathering, I perceive it not simply as a presence of stakeholders, but a symbol of our consolidated effort in working together to make a greater difference. There is a saying, nothing about us without us. I'm glad to inform that we have an inclusive participants from various backgrounds, including the persons with disabilities, to share their experiences and ideas. Honorable Chief Guests and distinguished guests, before I conclude, once again, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Chief Guests and other distinguished guests who managed their time to be with us here today, and also to the participants and representatives who traveled from other districts to attend the conference. I'm hopeful that the National Disability Conference will set a landmark in recognizing the new challenges and opportunities in the field of disability and enhancing new partnership in addressing challenges and needs of the persons with disabilities in Bhutan. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful discussion during the course of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. As the crystal light clears the darkness, likewise, Ability Bhutan Society and relevant stakeholders scans a home for underprivileged, bringing out all the possibilities for the social inclusion. And we should give a round of applause for a wonderful job. Information from Chief Guest and Your Excellency, since the participants are only like local, and would like to switch the language to Zoka. The narrative dinner Chamato Tigre, Tom Desin the Tay, the largest to Chuchi, that this is the Joy. The second to the Namdalu, the Namisame, Yaranishi bomb, use a shooting the dedicated. According to the Nalu, Shapushina, Hanalu, Tana, the simple in charge of the each of the soul, the bomb, the also the Rawata, the Talapa dedicated as children, that was to be changing the air with the soul, the London will again the old the car to pin bomb that two mostly Rawata Chica, let me bomb that Pido Shanina. That is a chica, the more tricky, there in Sindala, the day, Mr. Viveki Kapila. The hero, you told me in the Stura, the Netam Chile Kogi, the Pumisue, the Dolly, the quantity of Shuna. We have an introductory note from Mr. Vivek, which was supposed to come live actually, but however, due to the technical or the time, we have a pre-recorded. So please, we'll run through this.
Honorable Chief Guests, my colleagues, friends, parents, groups, and also ladies and gentlemen, Kuzu Zangpola. So I'm so happy to be here. My name is Vivek Srivastava. I'm the regional representative for Asia for Deutsche Leper und Tuberkulose Hilfe. Let me begin by thanking the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be here and share my thoughts. We are fortunate to be living in an era in which we can find solutions to our everyday problems using technology. Technology is a major game changer in today's world, and today it has allowed me to be with you here without even getting quarantined after entering Bhutan. So, virtually, I have entered Bhutan, and fortunately, I have not been quarantined. So, thank you, Bhutan. So I'd like to start by congratulating the Royal Kingdom of Bhutan for formulating the National Policy for Persons with Disability, which was a major milestone that reassures the government's commitment to provide holistic care to people with disability. Uh, as you might know, Deutsche Leper und Tuberkulose Hilfe is a German international NGO that is working across several countries in the world to improve the quality of life of people with disability and various other vulnerabilities. And I remember almost 3 years ago, we started our work with Ability Bhutan Society for a small project that got culminated into a much bigger project, which is now being implemented in 5 Dzongkhas. Uh, and uh, and through this project, we have been able to reach out to the most needy people with disabilities in Bhutan. And we have been providing comprehensive support to optimize the impact of disability and to help them obtain a desired quality of life, condition of freedom, equality, security, and human dignity. And 2 years later, still I feel that there is a lot to achieve. The life of PWDs is still sadly crippled by the manacles of segregation and discrimination, as we all know. They are still languished in the corners of our society and find themselves in isolation. There have been many studies that have shown that majority of the existing poverty reduction strategies fail to address the needs of people with disability and often relegate disability issues to the side programs without considering them within the mainstream strategies target at general population. We all know about it. This is a self-evident truth or axiom, if you like. So additionally, there is a significant lack of monitoring and evaluations of benefits and outcomes of such strategies for people with disability. Exclusion from the mainstream reforms and systems has marginalized people with disability for generations together. And it is vital that measures aiming to improve their well being and standards of living, reducing poverty, increasing the means of economic sustenance, including them at every stage of process. And this is extremely important. It is also critical to note that people with disability need access to all dimensions of poverty reduction mechanisms and to infrastructure that relates with water, sanitation, hygiene, transportation, education, and so on and so forth. Uh, Today, inclusive development is increasingly recognized as a key component of successful and sustainable development. I mean, without inclusive development, we cannot achieve the dream of sustainable development. That is very clear. Additionally, the social and environmental obstacles that marginalize and impoverish people with disabilities, I feel they can only be addressed through a collaborative effort of diverse stakeholders. So it is not only the disability sector, it must include stakeholders from health, education, rural development, urban development, women and child, transportation, housing, public awareness, nutrition, and so on and so forth. While working in health, as you might know, that Dia Harvey also works quite significantly in health. And through our experience, we have been witnessing that people with disabilities have same general healthcare needs as anybody else, and therefore they also need access to mainstream healthcare services. And we all know that the Article 25 of the UN Convention on the rights of persons with disability reinforces the rights of persons with disability to attain the highest standards of healthcare without any stigma or discrimination. But unfortunately, most of the health interventions seldom target people with disability, because of which often these people may experience greater vulnerabilities to secondary conditions, comorbidities, age related conditions, engaging in health risk behaviors, and finally suffer from higher rates of premature death because they are often deprived of such health facilities. Another most important aspect is livelihood. It is important to offer them decent work opportunities, future prospects, working environment, gender equality, equal recognition, and enabling them to make choices to take control of their lives. It is about their personal abilities to compete in the market, keep up their new technology skills, and remain healthy at the same time. It is also about developing their entrepreneurial skills, not get discriminated against, and having a voice in their workplaces and in their communities. In the most extreme scenarios, I mean, it is more about moving from maybe subsistence to existence, if that is the right phrase. So, friends, PWDs are looking for decent livelihood and not merely subsistence work, which most of our disability programs are aiming at. We all know if the people with disabilities and their households are to overcome exclusion, they must have access to work or livelihood, breaking some of the circular links between disability and poverty. Another most critical aspect is stigma and discrimination. Mutual respect and understanding contribute to an inclusive society, we all know. So, therefore, it is important to improve the public understanding of disability, confront negative perceptions, and represent disability fairly at all platforms. For example, education authorities, for instance, should ensure that schools are inclusive, have ethos of valuing diversity. Employees should be encouraged to accept their responsibilities towards staff with disabilities, all these things. And additionally, beliefs and prejudices that constitute barriers when healthcare workers cannot see past the disability. Teachers who do not see the value of teaching children with disabilities, employers discriminating against people with disabilities, family members have low expectations. I mean, I've seen families where they have children with disabilities, or a child with disability, and often they are either not taking care of that child, or often they do not have any expectations. They think that if the child is able to just get educated, that is more than enough, and they would not make any extra effort to ensure that the child is getting the right kind of opportunities, education support, health support, etc., etc. So their expectations are very low, so their investment, whether it is the emotional investment or monetary investment, such investments are also low in their children or relatives with disability. Then it is also important to address stigma and discrimination. We need consistent implementation of communication campaigns to increase public knowledge and understanding of disability. So we have all seen that people with disability have been often mocked at, teased, dehumanized, feared, or rejected, pitied, or even left alone. So how many times we can remember that if we are crossing the road and we see a blind person, how many of us really make an effort to help that blind person cross the road? I'm sure people who are working in this sector will be oversensitive and they would like to extend their support and help the blind person cross the road. And but at the same time, they do this with a lot of, with a feeling of magnanimity, the generosity, etc., and they feel very proud. They don't feel normal, they feel quite elevated. But actually, we must all understand that when we are doing all this, we are not doing a favor to them. Rather, we are doing a favor to ourselves by accepting our responsibility to provide the necessary support that people with disabilities deserve from us. I'm always inspired by Stephen Hawking, who once said, "My advice to other disabled people would be concentrate on things your disability doesn't prevent you from doing well, and do not regret the things it interferes with. Don't be disabled in spirit as well as physically." So, how true he was, and he was such a great man. We all know about him and what kind of achievements he had. I think people with full abilities like us can't even dream in their wildest dreams. So today, friends, is the day when we can stand together to make our dream of an inclusive society in which PWDs live like any other human being, are not deprived of their rights and opportunities, and are informed enough to make choices of their own, and finally live a life of dignity, respect, equality, and fulfillment. So I still remember, I don't know how many of you know Jimmy Dean, an American singer who once said, "I cannot change the direction of the wind, but I can adjust my sails to always reach my destination." So, ladies and gentlemen, we at Deutsche Leper und Tuberkulose Hilfe, along with our partners, Ability Bhutan Society, have been relentlessly working to do both, changing the direction of the wind and also helping adjust the sails to create a new and more progressive Bhutan, where every person with disability in this country will be liberated to live a life of dignity. Kadring Chela.
Good chairman. That was an introductory note from Mr. Vivek, as well as inspiring. Now, I would like to request our honorable chief guest to give a keynote address.
Very good morning to you all. Your Excellency, Ambassador of Kuwait, Honorable President Keynote, distinguished presenters and participants, our children from across the kingdom, parents, members of Board of Trustees, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and pride for me to be invited to address the opening session of this historic National Disability Conference on the theme Socially Inclusive Development for People with Disabilities, Bhutan. As the chair of the Ability Bhutan Society, I humbly welcome Your Excellency, distinguished guests, and all the participants to this very important opening day of the Disability Conference. Our presence clearly indicates the importance we attach to this very important conference, and surely it matters a lot and will be valued by all people with disabilities. The purpose of the conference is to share the experiences of project implementation, bring out challenges and gaps as far as services for persons with disability is concerned, create awareness of disability, bring together relevant stakeholders and beneficiaries to know and learn about the best practices of disability intervention in the country. As you are aware, more than 1 billion in the world live with some form of disability. In Bhutan, as per the Population, Housing and Census of Bhutan 2017, 2.1% of population is registered with disability. Further, two-stage child disability study conducted in 2010-11 estimates 21% of the child aged 2 to 9 years have at least one disability. 19% with mild disability, and about 3% with a moderate or severe disability. Majority are experiencing considerable barrier to participation. This is mainly due to limited knowledge on the disability. This gap was known through the study conducted by Minister of Education and UNICEF on knowledge, attitude, and practices on children with disabilities. This is the state of people with disability in our country. In wider context, disability is viewed as a condition that limits a person's physical activities or intellectual capacities, but on the other hand, having a disability allows them to explore different capabilities if given the opportunity. It is known fact that disabled people who are differently able have become economically useful and productive citizens. We must give them the opportunity to realize their potentials, leaving no one behind. Respecting the rights of people with disability on one hand, and a country governed by government philosophy of gross national happiness, we value every human being and every individual happiness and contribution brings about collective happiness and prosperity to the nation. To address the issue of disabilities and capitalize on the possibilities, government has come up with national disability policy, based on which many government agencies such as Minister of Education, GNSCH, Minister of Health, NCCC, and government education institutions have developed policies, roadmaps, standards, and guidelines to create enabling environment. Implementations are underway, and we are seeing tangible results. Likewise, many CSOs and NGOs have been established, namely Disabled People Organization of Bhutan, Bhutan Stroke Foundation, Daso Vocational Training Center for Special Children and Youth, ENSEN, Bhutan Paralympic Committee, and Ability Bhutan Society. We are all aware they are carrying out life-changing programs and providing great services. Some of these agencies are focusing on building self-esteem and self-reliance, while others are promoting physical, psychosocial, and economic well-being through inclusion and empowerment. Creating awareness about different abilities and needs of children, advocating for positive changes on the challenges faced by parents and families, and provide support to empower to overcome it, and so on. As a result, public at large are more aware about disability and prevention causes, and gradually started accepting them as part of the family and community. Nevertheless, there are still many who are neglected, abused, and discriminated, and pandemic has made the situation worse. Most of the parents and family members of the children with disabilities are hesitant to expose their children in the society because of the several risk factors. Therefore, persons with disability being vulnerable, doubly disadvantaged, need more support from the government, family, community, not simply out of sympathy, but because they have equal rights like every one of us. As such, the government, development partners, and the CEOs have to come forward to do more to translate words into practices and actions through provisions, adequate budgetary support, and creating conducive environment. This calls for more dialogue and consultation amongst various players, both from the government and private organizations, sharing experiences, resource pooling, and sharing, thereby creating more synergy. The concept of 3 C's, collaboration, cooperation, and coordination, must be upheld in true spirit and in deeds. This timely conference, organized by Ability Bhutan Society with funding support from Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, Germany, and German Leprosy and TB Relief Organization Association, has created this great opportunity to share and learn from each other's experiences and come up with greater opportunities and support services. Once again, as a reminder to all of us, and I would like to believe and reiterate that this is a time to see and feel the true experience of all relevant stakeholders now that we have both development policy, frameworks, and moving closer to one another than ever. Let us try putting principles into practices in order to see that the world would become more inclusive of, accessible to, safer, and more secure for all, including persons with disabilities. Through disability inclusion, all people with disabilities have a chance of becoming truly inclusive. It is both a human rights and sustainable development agenda, which must leave no one behind. Finally, I would like to thank all the distinguished guests and participants who have joined in this inauguration of this opening ceremony. and also wish best of luck to all honorable presenters, both national and international, over 2 days conference. We all believe that together we can make a difference. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Honorable Chairperson. Now it's time for entertainment. A little bit of entertainment. So we have beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen from ABS and other volunteers. They will be performing on the theme song of Ability Bhutan Society. Let us make a chair session. This is a theme song for the Ability Bhutan Society. And the crux of the song is just that let us not consider the disabled people because of the past karma of the faith, but rather we should consider what we privileged individuals can do for them. So do not hold back. Let's join together and give them the same space and opportunity. And I am happy to be able to compose and contribute this theme song for Ability Bhutan Society. This is embarrassing. Here it is. Anyway, now to move on, we have Mr. Namgi again to talk about the impact, the project of impact so far. So I welcome Mr. Namgi Buji, the project manager, once again to take us through.
Good morning once again. Now, for the information of the floor, Ability Bhutan Society has been implementing a long-term project titled Social Inclusive Development for Persons with Disabilities in Bhutan from 2019, and this year we are ending the project. And this very conference is part of the project that we have been implementing so far. And just to make it short, I'll talk about the impacts in a very, I'll just be talking about the synopsis and we will give some time on the documentary that we have so that everybody here could understand the impact of the project in depth. We have been implementing the project, Social Inclusive Development for Persons with Disabilities in Bhutan, supported by the Ministry, Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and German Leprosy Relief Association Germany. And it was piloted in 5 zones in Bhutan, namely Chukha, Bagana, Sarpam, Tashigang, and Punara. If I just take you through the problem analysis, and through our baseline survey, we have come to know that early identification of disability in children and early intervention is not known or is aware by the families and caregivers of children with disabilities. And there is also the isolation of people with disabilities and their families. And when it comes to capacity, I think in the field of disability, we lack capacities and there are less trained human resources to provide services to people with disabilities in general. And also the geographic terrain of Bhutan complicates the access of persons with disabilities to education, health, and other essential services. And there is less awareness among rural communities about disability inclusion and their rights. And we still have social stigma and discrimination towards the people with disabilities. Now, if you talk about the total number of people with disabilities in 5 districts, as per the baseline survey that we have carried out, from 5 districts, the total is 3,154, out of which 1,760 is male and 1,436 is female. And then we have, from there, we have 460 children, of which 254 is male and 206 is female. Now, if I just talk about the activities that we have implemented, and for your kind information, all the activities of the project are aimed at promoting the social inclusion at all levels, especially in the field of health, education, social, livelihood, and empowerment. And as I mentioned earlier, need-based data collection, we were able to reach out to 3,152 people with disabilities from 5 districts. And observance of international days. This is the International Disability Days observed in order to create awareness among the general public, and also we celebrate the unique talents that people with disabilities have. Usually, when we talk about, when you say that people with disability, people have a disability, then you think of that people being useless or it's of no use, but it's not the case. We do have the unique talents. So the International Disability Days are observed to create awareness and also to celebrate the unique talents that we have. And number 3 is the ECCD, training of ECCD facilitators. We are going to train 179 of them. The main reason of training ECCD facilitators is that they play a vital role in the community, where they can also include children with disabilities in their locality. Number 4 is the life skill development training for children with disabilities, where we were able to cater to the needs of 166 children. And when we did the life skill development training, it was not only intended for children, but their families and caregivers were also equally included in the training. And training of DHU staffs, we were able to train 129 of them on early identification and referral, self-care and self-esteem. So, as I mentioned earlier, when we have people with disabilities in the family or somebody we know, I think we tend to have low self-care and self-esteem level. So, I think to boost the self-care and self-esteem, we have been able to reach out to 1,087 families and caregivers of children with disabilities. So, another side is disability assessment care, and this is done that to assess the disabilities, and we were able to reach out to 1,048 people with disabilities to assess the needs of the devices that they require. And when it comes to the distribution of 18 devices, we were able to distribute 494 assistive devices to people with disabilities, and the assistive device include wheelchair, hearing aids, walker, portable toilets, and etc. ECCD adaptations for referral units, and we have been able to adapt the ECCD center one each in every district. In the sense that we have 5 districts, so we are able to adapt ECCDs for referral units in 5 districts. The main purpose of doing this is that we want to set and model ECCD center inclusive, where we adapted and made ramps and rails for children with disabilities to be able to recommend ECCD centers if they ever require. And also skill development, income generation. So this is for the livelihood. And for income generation, we have 26 of them. And for the skill development, we were able to provide skill development training for 22 beneficiaries. Sensitization to religious leaders. So we were able to reach out to 231 religious leaders. And it's important to know the aspect from Buddhist point of religious point of view, because many people tend to think that disability is because of the past karma, as it was indicated in the title of our tool. So I think if you wanted to create or sensitize, create awareness or sensitize religious leaders. Then also to the teachers, because I think the teachers could play a very important role in the mainstream achieving in their school. But the challenge is that it's the capacity. So we were able to sensitize teachers to have at least the basic knowledge and skills as to what disability is and what are the support that they require. And self-help groups, we have self-help groups in every zone, in the 5 zones. And as of now, we have a total number of 104. And this is self-help group is created for the sustainability of the project activities and also to come together as far as the disability is concerned and how they can together make a difference and also seek support from relevant service providers. And referrals, in this we have been able to, this is regarding the children and youth. So we were able to refer them to pre-vocational skills institutes and also the mainstream schools. And last but not the least, COVID relief activities. It's a fact that pandemic has been a nuisance to everybody. So for the, we were able to reach out to 550 beneficiaries of our project, and we were able to provide them relief, COVID relief support to them to make their life easier. I will keep this short. I would like to go to the documentary that which has a project impact so that the floor will understand or maybe grasp the meaning or learning or impact of the project activities. Please forgive us for the technical glitches. We should be able to resume shortly. Thank you.
Do chodup chisodi alu kyunchen da dewi pom dezume mimalu pembi lasu chibe shizu bediyu. Lasu digi tablam nasu tundi alu tsulo gyoko chewi dazin tole kongo chachap medenalu panyam chinda rango randrumbe duyutsup zonilu tsum i. Do chodup chisogi tembulu yubi dewa nalube chilo nyedong chugu tsun wampo kyunchengi alu nijak ngapchu ngake dechilo shabdo tudiyu. Dezumbe du chodup chisogi chirtang pamda dazin bemi tsulu kyunjugi gowa da dewa taptangi chodup konfe tanilu mitekep imbe. Chilo nidong chobgelu du chodup shisogi Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, German Leprosy and TB Relief Association sum nyamde tole chilo nidong kechichi tsun chukha dakana punakha sarpanda tashigan zonka ngai nalu motab ki legil chi gochu diyu. Social inclusive development for people with disabilities in Bhutan sewi legil ki tole chirtang mimanda mixel tu amsuda alui chankada netang nyujun su bedi zamling sowi lesogi sowa shiri midei chotabda wancha treto dechu bechup zo i. Dechu danyam da dandin toptablu lerim su yunten lu mikdi sande shungda zonkagi madowa geyongi nese nalu yobi jungda jumingi deyu leso sowa da sheri dezumbe sande shungi gotipsu nyamde tole legyul di tsamdi godin tabdo yobi. Dari tsunse zonkag ngay nale wampo kyunjingi mingom sumtong kechi du chudup chiso nalu tokyo bediyu. Tokyo beyobi wampo kyunjinsu mise chongtangi rikzeda rang danzi betang kongi pamda dazi bemisu semshu ke chubagi matse ransui zonkhanna yobi lijong menchu kechogi takjibda ti tuche laasobi jalchopchim i. Legyul digi wampo kyunjinsu chodup yaseng cham chigi madowa zonkha ngay nalu yobi alui chechongda chodup yasengi loptenba chikja kupcho konga dechilu dechugi kodensu lopjong pintiyu.
Ability Bhutan Society gibe wampo kenjen disulu isisina ombik absolu charuben nigi denle physical development railing da chapsa disuya alusul da tintotobe zonanu sejunila amapa toto sinse bewachin alu disu isisina ombik absolu wampo kenjen yumi disu pam disugi tunigi lopo batsi mitobe indere beru dari anuzumgi konfil tamdalu aludisu isisijnalu hombo kenjen yedere beru tunigi lopopji tomni mesishuni dalefa bewachin alutsu beru pamgi beru eshishinale nalu ngachi hombo kenjinda tunbegi jachedisu kochedisu yenidigi digi pentoni mese de kokopji oni mesishuni.
Dizumbe zonka ji nalu yobi alui chechongda chodup yasengi loptenba tsulu lopjong pinsa diyu. Debe shizu bego midia dewa digi mide nangi dewa shen tsulu petulu juwe mikte kedi i.
AVS के प्रोजेक्ट की बेबी नहीं चाची अनि ट्रेनिंग थोपची मोला दिची चाची ट्रेनिंग थोपची त्यानी ट्रेनिंग दिना मिसे मे फेमबो दु सिशुनि बिला children with disabilities la me mola hazum da chika kadi be beni na kadi be dio thapni na ngachi mashiba de wala Tarudi Tokalu Chiginado Alu Ngapchungaji Yesunale Tatu Sinsin de Anzum Alulu Anzum Onpu and Topu Anzum Bombe Anzumbe Mivala Teta Anale on the Bessichura Danu Tanja Nimsumgi Jongdarda Nahi Nimchi Jongdergi Bebeda Nagi Kachira and Bisuk Nimela Jinda Alu Anzum Gamchi on the Bessichura and Alu the Chikangachi Tawagadi Tabni Inala. Diletaru na nga chigi alu susu jemi alu disuyemola hani jemi alu da chi alu dele khon byodo nga chigi ewa chini membership inclusion simola kera chor chipe bego imbela diletaru ani child with disabilities mola khon nga chigi ati disimam bebe hanzumbe jingop disuna misimi hagoila dilentaru na evis ki khatu lebe ta tonga chigi pha kokholo footpath ta dilu ram dilen toilet na le pha azum pot disutuk di mola hani ki di child with disabilities lu cham chi phentoni membership na nga chigi alu jimi loina misim phembo du si juni bela na khazong khangna lunga chigi alu che chungte wa na cham chi men la alu che chungte wa la shay wala te alu che chungte wa la shay te khongi mola anzumbe inclusion mola anzum gi den lube na lu evis te chika kani gi se anzum bi zudi the model center type na ime mola anzum disu disu so facilitator disu gi na lu bi sate wa na on be si su si juni bela
Zonka sowi desengi japcho thole zonka ngai nangi sowi shiten lesengi lejib kupchu goni lu goda da jonda su pincha diyu
churup shisogi legu diletin degi manchulu pemba kadebe todo so dochi bachin de machanalu de mi ombakin neshoyla de tigi nale de la lechi de choy de tamasumi la lechi rangi desi saganalu de rangi brand bemasoba limisule de tinalu japse matutu parapidi yusishunila de machige da training jamning da talen machige minchigi lejumchu bachin tabi kapsule de machakara 지룹다 냠리게 토레라 데이터도에서 레벨에서 대베베디스 슈니라
타주기 유센수나 되면 미세수 롱초다 zon카기 맹가수나 르 마초바 시덴 맹가수나 샵도 렌도 유로 타 레사 되니디기 레세캅 르 추바야 라카탄도 여빈베 좀센 데베올레텐 시덴 맹가나기 레집출로 꾀주다 데베 롭텐 지니디기 Kenju chengi alu nyuzun bedi, nyungu dezinda, alu pamda dazin bemitsulu kakyu labja suya leshumbara chinsube.
Ability Bhutan Society singa chimo letin punali andisuwe alu disu akadebina disability ka chironga so ngachilu practical zumberala program this attend baby otalanga chi hemalel happy achi shebela tina dinilinga chi like be chuna chi patient this down ma down me bala so ani this on the very young chi kazum type disability na so physical be ochi mo langa chi physio na le for bits be bala ta ngachi ta ani program bi khatul le dom bela ngachi khosuli physically supported bits be the disabled this lo like that zum be watching na chi hearing impaired chumi and vision this same this ngachi aids this chin be ani chare bits be
Kelo chuni lami doji wanchudi puna khale imda kabji gyawana yobi lakhu lobra chungi lobrim ibi lobchungi. Pecha chanchun na laka tandi tha kyu matsubi nele lobrim rena lokchira labgodo yuru pa shumni mibi aluchi i. Kogi pamlu tengu nyusu chile midi beru shuma aludi rango randrumbe detsuk zonilu mikti doji pecha tandilu semshub jinditu. Dojigi apadi mami dripch imda kolo alu gedu. Kolo tobong yobi gepoda tsusugi landale tobi mangyudigi kore zasa chochong bedo yobmase jirtang pangsu zumbe kore remen seru kogi alu su bom jowe kap gato otobe desubi rawa kepimbe. Du chodup chisogi dojida kore zasang chochongi tenlu wombop zotun lerim nale mangyu jabchup pindi sonam la benidigi Konlu pento bom juye mase tsöse dumra jaketandi tsöse zomi dele wombop zo tsudidu. Gesi doji shule tsöse la benina trowa keba chin zenodi sonamgi lagi rize tsuya dön chinimbe.
Acha mala japchuro anim chi nangshim mete yamadi ngacha namsame che zonga machola dato ven zongbe te mangel zo te ngacha zani mala machewa role zongni gi lambe lani achire zong tele mangel ani gi so chubela dato pen thobela pen na masame pen 데 자체라 토메게 장수인라 자래
다가날레 이미 푹 도지기 미세디 초고 간레라 가 또또치 메바 yengi 꾼따디 마 쫑요 마세 같이 나의 짜마 또닐로 까샤 베도 요루 왕보다 연락 꾼주기 꼴레 고다 가데 자자 페니디기 메데나루 푹 도지디 뇰름 베요 마세 조람소에 베친도 요비 두 쪼르 치소기 잡초 베디 코 짜시강로 요비 자초나 쭈디 유 미츠기 콜로 1.7레 마친디 베로 코기 마세바 코레 미토르 요비 유칸기 찌찬나 쭈임베 코기 배와친 망유 사유 미디기 서코 트위치치 뇨니 이세 랍디두
도자 눈이 도자
푹도지디 나미 사메 쭈슈 찡기 알루치 로터 신도 원포 균주기 님디 균징기 명엄로 잡초 핀탑다 콩기 쪼죽 예즘 벤딜로 믹디 깁신 짜마 또미츠루 라케르 핀디 셈슈 핀이 나치기 샤토 고비 균주 찡기 명엄 라샤르 요블레텐 데소 드고바친 나치 냠디기 톨레 라베고 냠디기 톨레 차슈게
Резюмировать подтверждение. Настоящее.
Christian, we have seen the project in Bhutan. Now, before we begin, just an information. Now, we chapter training the chapter go to the get if you need any assistance, the people with the yellow tag will guide you. So the next we have is from Ms. Beverly. She's a district coordinator and she will talk about the experiences and the lessons learned. Please welcome.
Honorable Chief Guest, Your Excellency, Ambassador of Kuwait, speakers and presenters, distinguished participants, our children from across the country, parents and caregivers, benefactors, distinguished participants, member of Board of Trustees of Ability Bhutan Society, ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone. I feel honored and privileged to represent and speak on behalf of all the Dzongkha coordinators working in 5 different Dzongkhas, that is Chukha, Punakha, Sabang, Punakha, Dagana, and Tashganga. I humbly take this opportunity to share our field experiences, lessons learned, and will not forget some of the voices of persons with disability and their family members back in this district. It is extremely a rewarding responsibility with working with persons with disability that gave us an immense satisfaction at the end of the day. It is not because we had a social welfare program on that day, but because we simply went there and listened to some of the unworthiness feeling that they have had overwhelming them for years, but nobody bothered to listen and finally ended up emptying all of it to us, feeling so light after years and drawing some hope for better future. Apart from our daunting Bolero rights, is actually our go-to rights
to reach our beneficiary. We took it as a joy, a lifetime opportunity, and more importantly, as a responsibility, not because we are free to do this job, but as a member of our community, as a citizen, to serve the vulnerable group of our society, and importantly, to protect them from this pandemic. Somewhere at the ground level, we have developed a family away from home now. The attachment that we have developed with the child with disability is indescribable, feeling that many didn't have the privilege to feel. The hope in their little eyes give all the strength . Environment inaccessibility is still a huge challenge, not only in public places, but also in the homes of individuals. Individuals need attention, especially for those with physical disabilities, because many of them have been confined in one room for months and years due to inaccessibility. Similarly, many of them are not being able to avail the services that all the general people get. This is not because there is a limitations in the services, but because the accessibility and the inclusiveness is not considered. We see very limited or no participants from persons with disability in many general events, meetings, and programs. This is not because they don't want to attend, because accessibility is yet an issue here. Likewise, lack of encouragement, consideration, prioritization is again a challenge for them here. It is a main cause of exclusion in the community because besides many mass advocacies, countless sensitization programs in the guilds to church levels, there are still people and relevant stakeholders in debt who were still unsure about importance of investing in this common cause. There are days while working in field, we run up to an office to set up a program or to invite somebody from that office to our program, but we ended up explaining what is disability, starting from why we decided to work with them. If I'm not wrong, it shows a bit of negligence and then effortless in comfort for person with disability. Without a proper transition and effective referral system in the ground level, confuses the parents and caregivers, person with disability, resulting in low educational achievement and livelihood opportunities. For example, a child with disability enrolled in an ECCD center remains in ECCD for 4 to 5 years. Similarly, a child in the primary level remains in one class for 3 to 5 years, which leads to dropouts and where the dependency on their family and caregiver actually starts. Lack of intervention services at ground level also deprives and leads to exclusions and high dependency. On the above cause, I lay my humble request to each and everyone here. I feel it's our responsibility. I repeat, it's ours. It is ours. They are ours. We value them. Indeed, it is every one of us' responsibility. But the respect and acceptance for them has to start from oneself. I call for a collaborative effort on promoting social inclusion at all levels, not by pampering and showing them that our sympathy, but focusing on promoting independence and empowerment for them. Comforting and accessible environment, respect to their rights, opportunities for their livelihoods, promoting independence and empowerment, multi-sectoral collaborative approaches, protection for the mental health and self-esteem for a person with disability and their family. Early intervention services at ground level is now very much necessary. More importantly, I call for an inclusiveness and accessibility in each and every public services. At the same time, we are grateful for those who stand here deciding to make a change, supporting and planning to make a better future for them. Thank you so much for all of them. For all the families and persons with disability, never take your disability condition as an excuse. Stand for your right, seek and strive for change. Nobody can do that better than you. If you cannot, nobody can. At the same time, the change is necessary and the time is now, Sushmina. At the same time, let me take this opportunity to thank all the Dzongkhag administration of this 5 districts and all our focal persons from 5 Dzongkhags who are here with us, who have sacrificed their time guiding and supporting us, all the project staffs in the Dzongkhag and other stakeholders back in Dzongkhag for putting an effort to work with us for the person with disability. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you. Along with this, now we have this beautifully, she's a technical advisor of ABS with the World Bank.
Honorable teachers, the chair of the Bhutan Society, Your Excellency, Ambassador of Kuwait, presenters, speakers, distinguished guests, board of directors, parents, children, especially within, because of them only we are here today, and the parents. It's my privilege to be asked to propose a vote of thanks on this very special occasion of the inaugural of this very important conference, which we brought everybody together to meet the same goal. I, on behalf of the Bhutan Society, BMJ team, who is our supporter for 3 years continuously in every stage of our work, and on my own behalf, would like to extend a very heartily thanks to our chief guest for raising this very important conference and enlightening us with your inspiring us words and very grateful opinion today. We are We all are inspired by your inspiring words. Thank you. I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to Your Excellency, Ambassador of Kuwait, who has been so kind, accepting our invitation besides His Excellency's busy schedule, for giving us time and to be included for the families and children who needed the most of your support. Thank you, Your Excellency. I also like to thank all of our distinguished delegates who have accepted our invitation and given generous time. Your participation, I'm sure, will add depth of the content and deliberation. Thank you all for coming. I'd like to thank my sincere thanks to our friends in the media, not only for the splendid coverage of today's events, but also for their support to reach for the unreached population of the society. I thank the reporters who have been immediately taking down notes today to ensure that these points of this discussion are recorded for publication after the conference is over too. Thank you so much. An event of this magnitude requires planning and execution and an eye for details. I have been extremely fortunate to be able to draw upon the willing support of our colleagues of ABS, who have demonstrated initiatives and involvement at every step and made this task easier with whom it was not possible. Thank you, everyone. Similarly, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the focal person from District Jomghar and also the participants for supporting our project team in the district. And putting an effort to attend this conference, although there were lots of challenges being in the Parental for a few of the districts. And we hope for your continuous support at this cause after this project ends as well. Thank you so much for contributing and attending this conference. Finally, I would like to thank to all our parents for the participants. Your support and inspiration always has been carried out, and it has been always a very inspiring as a parent of a child myself, and we have lots of parents around here. Without them, it was not going to happen, any of this. This is a blessing to have a child with disability, and I feel very blessed to have a child. Thank you, all the parents and the individuals who have participated. Thank you. I take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to Lee Medical for the perfect logistic support, which has more of an accessibility for our people who are using wheelchairs, and also making this place very accessible, which is very important to be all inclusive. And without this accessibility, we could not have brought out people who have physical disability. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining on this occasion, Karin Sheila, and we hope to have a fruitful discussion how to continue this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. For this great, big, and wonderful location. I would like to introduce myself at the end. I am Dojiwambi, that I'm proud to. I want to share my proudness to be able to associate in the programs of Ability Bhutan Society in terms of scripting, render my voice and narrations earlier, composing, and many other. Thank you so much. Likewise, there's a saying, nobody about us without us. I repeat, nobody about us without us. And I'm glad to see there we have lots of participants, inclusive participants from various backgrounds, including the disabled, persons with disabled, and also the mentors, the caregivers to share the experience later on. So before that, the Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Karma Singh, Secretary to Ministry of Education, and also the Chairperson to Ability Bhutan Society, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Kuwait to Bhutan, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your precious time and gracing the occasion. So with that, now we will lead to a photo session. Thank you, Lord.
안 돼요. 왜 피팅 같은 타이밍 해요 피팅은 오늘마다 놓치 그전라도 너 자리 있는 데는 이제 그런 거 비 넣지
Thank you. So, for the best friend. Kuzamu everyone. To introduce myself, my name is Suraj Sonam and I work at Royal Timbu College as a grants coordinator. I look after all the research projects. I'll be taking charge and moderating all the programs for next 2 days. And I'm given the most difficult job because we're already behind by 30 minutes now. And we will have to ask our dear friend Pema Chodal to rush through. But before that, I would like to share a few informations. The first one is more of a marketing and advertisement. We have displays of products made by our friends on the foyer outside the room. If you are willing to purchase or have a look through, please be very generous. All the products are priced already, and there's a transparent way of all the transactions happening there. So the product developers are not here. There's also a poetry book which is on sale. This is not officially published, but it's on sale already. There's a no price tag for this poetry book, so you will have to generate your own price. So you can even pay up to 1,000 if you do not mind, and contribute towards the writer. Okay. Coming to the main conference mode. First, I would like to remind to all the participants that you are given a program booklet already. Therefore, no speaker will be introduced by the moderator or anyone. For the speakers, please, we would not request you to introduce yourself in any way, talking your name, if possible, and your current responsibility, if you like to share. The presentation will be for 15 minutes, and then the rest, remaining 15 minutes that you allocate will be for discussion where the participants or the audience can ask questions. In the meantime, we are looking forward for your active participation. Whenever you raise a question, please be mindful of the time and state your question to the point. That's our request. And for today, the first speaker or the presenter is Mr. Pema Chodal, who is the Deputy Chief Program Officer at Ministry of Education, looking after the Special Education Division. He is going to speak about disability and literacy in Bhutan. Please welcome Mr. Pema Chodal.
Good morning, all esteemed members of the stakeholders, and really thank these organizers for including me as one of the presenters. Thank you very much, and best wishes for the rest of the days. And dear moderator, all the participants, now today I'll just present on the disability and literacy, which is the topic of my presentation. But you can see on my slide, I started with the theme of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities 2020. So this really is the guiding principle for every one of us to realize the inclusiveness in our society and also in the lives of persons with disability. And also all of you who are supporting the living society and the progress of lives of persons with disability in this world. So here, leadership and participation of persons with disability toward inclusive, accessible, and sustainable post-COVID world. So beyond even if COVID dies away, it should be throughout the world. Next one. So now, as my purpose is towards the promotion of inclusion, I would like to start with this. What is inclusion? Have any of you felt excluded in your life? Yes or no? Similarly, okay, actually, the moderator has already warned of the time. Actually, we were supposed to do a 1 minute sort of interaction. What would you feel if you feel excluded? So if anybody can share in half minute, we can do that. How do you feel when we are excluded? Anybody who has experience of getting excluded in your life? You said yes, you felt excluded, but no one seems excluded by your responses. Okay, anyway, think in your minds. So when we are excluded in our life, now please think, what caused you excluded? Why did you feel excluded in that life, in that moment, in that situation? Then also think how it did affect your emotions and your feelings. Okay, now, and just now think over. Now, for persons with disabilities, if general people like you have faced exclusion, certainly for us, persons with disabilities, we would have felt several exclusions. And if we have time, I can narrate 1,000 stories where I got excluded, including our moderator, who was my schoolmate before. He tried to include us, but he includes. Sometimes he also excludes. Just joking. So next thing, Ministry of Education works towards the promotion of inclusive education. What is inclusive education now? So here, I would like to work with this. Inclusive education is never a perfection. There's no perfection in inclusion. Inclusivity is always a progress. Let's see here. It is a process of valuing. It is a process of accepting, supporting, and providing avenues for persons with disability in the society and in the situation. Are you getting that now? So it is a process. It is never a perfection. That's why when we talk about inclusiveness, when we talk about inclusive education, don't ever think, oh, immediately we will have like the Taj Mahal facilities. It should be a process. Only thing is right from your attitude, you should progress. That I will emphasize in the next slide. Firstly, valuing. You have to value in inclusion. Value means not 1 Newton to the 10 Newton. Value. You should value, accept, value in your mind that children or persons with disabilities are also part of diversity in living. They are also a part of society. They also have feelings. Just every one of you. Someone already valuing? Valuing is like okay, that's it. Models always command me. So okay, valuing. Okay. First, So after the inclusion, the first point, the first parameter that I want to emphasize on value. So I've already. So the value now, can you go to next?
Yeah.
So next is the accepting. Accepting somehow, okay, acceptance is another pillar. Acceptance is another pillar in inclusive education. Now, in every way, in the classroom situation, be it in your workplace, be it in the office. Somebody is competing with me, right? Okay, anyway. So, be it in office, in the ruling, in the situation of any place, acceptance was one of the greatest pillars of
Kuzamu, everyone. To introduce myself, my name is Suraj Salam and I work at Royal Thimphu College as a grants coordinator. I look after all the research projects. I'll be taking charge and moderating all the programs for next 2 days. And I'm given the most difficult job because I'm already behind by.
Have you all heard that? Other moderator, how is it?
The technical piece.
Okay. This is technology, right? It's good. It's good to have some challenges. You know, we will not know the solutions. So next thing is acceptance. When I say acceptance, it is not just to keep a child, a person with you. It's not to just consider the presence, physical presence. Acceptance must be from the heart, head, and hands, 3H. Okay, now. Just in thinking, simple to Jaji, Rangi, Simcha, Samchit, Dele, La Benigit in a Rang with the machine, for Alu, Peru, Mide Nalu, Najigara, Peru, acceptance is very important. If you cannot accept, even a person, the parents, caregivers of persons with disabilities, acceptance is the most if you want to help your family member. Both literate and illiterate, acceptance is one of the core. And sometimes I will flatly say here, literate people are difficult to accept than parents who are illiterate. Okay. Next. Then the next thing is now we have valued, we are accepted, okay, shown acceptance. Next is the support. So we have to support so that the child, a person with disability, in the family, in the society, in any of the situation, have some another meaningful living in that arena. So support. Only not only thoughts in action. Okay. Then next one. So next thing is every child. Now when we say every child, now everyone should be looked equally, equitably. If you are creating a facility for learners, also think whether that situation, facility, action will benefit a child with disability, a child from different economic background, whether will it benefit a child from different ethnicity. Inclusivity is for all. Okay, like every child, we must consider everyone in the progress and also the process of development. Next one. Equal opportunity. Now, next thing is again the provision of equitable opportunity. When we have participants, learners with disabilities, think of giving opportunity, enhancing opportunity. Now, when we say opportunity, not just for the sake of the name. For example, sometimes in a classroom, in any of the participation, be it in a meeting, sometimes, people might say, we do not hear from this society. For example, we do not hear from person with disability. Let us hear, at least speak at least one word, few things. That is just for name's sake, right? No? Right? But now we have to create enabling situation. There should be genuineness how the opportunity is provided to children or persons with disabilities. We should make them express their core things, thoughts, needs, and expectations, so that our policies, decisions, or any of the process become inclusive, responsive, and actionable, benefiting everyone in the public. Okay, now, this is what I would urge. Next, please. Now, I would like to reiterate this. To be successful in inclusion, I would consider three key important things: the leadership, mindset, and the commitment. Leadership, not only as a principal, not only as a director, not only as a ED or director, something. Leadership should be in everyone, right from the person with disability, caregivers, parents. Leadership is a must that we should consider, and leadership should be holistic. So, next thing is the mindset. Please, attitude is the biggest disability. I'm a person with disability. My disability is total blindness. Doctor said, even I go to Mars, my sight may not be restored. But if you have disability in attitude, you can change that. Turn it into positive attitude. That disability is rectifiable. For us, some of us who have the permanent disability, it cannot be rectified. But this attitude disability can be rectified, and that can make difference in the lives. All of us here, actually, the stakeholders should be multiple here, including right from the grassroots to the decision makers, parliamentaries, and all. However, I think this group will be the errand of these messages and also the advocates for all these positivities. Okay. So then next, commitment is next important thing. So I hope everyone knows commitment. I need not process on this. Next, please. Okay. So here I'll just rush through. In inclusion, there are three dimensions that we have to remember. That is policy. Number one is culture. The other thing is policy, and the practice. We have to have good culture embedded in our society, workplace, and everywhere. The next thing is we have to have good policy which guides our implementation, which guides our actions and responsibilities. And the next thing is the practice. If you have policy on the table, it will not benefit. If you have just a culture in mind, it will not impact. But we have to have practice which will bring change in the beneficiaries and also people who are the actors of the inclusion. So this policy, culture, and practice are the three dimensions of inclusion. Okay, so can you go next, Sonam? And also the next, I'll skip this. And then next, also skip on. Okay. After practice, we have this one. Now, let's say disability prevalence in Bhutan. This is already spoken repeatedly, including the chief guest. So I'll skip this. Okay, again, disability area wise in Bhutan. Actually, disability in different areas. For example, the disability prevalence in Bhutan is determined through the 6 questionnaires, 6 domain-based questionnaires by National Statistical Bureau, vision, seeing, mobility, cognitive, self-care, and communications waiver. So these are quite detailedly presented in the report, where we have kept it on your file, so you can refer later. So I'll just skip this for the time being. I'll come to the next one. Okay, disability literacy. Are you in that slide?
Yes.
Okay. Uninteresting here. Okay. Disability literacy. Now, this first is a generic one. The literacy of Bhutan, literacy rate of Bhutan is 71.4. The figures is up there. You can just refer. This is the generic one. Okay, for all. Let's go to next. Next. Here. Fifteen thousand 468 persons with disabilities age of 6 were included in the literacy survey. From there, 10 persons did not respond. There were 4,111 persons with disabilities people were with disabilities who were illiterate. And the other Bhutan's disability literacy is only at 26.6%. Okay, now, general 71.4. Disability literacy rate in Bhutan is, remember, 26.6% only. Here, including our workshop organizers, seminar organizers, ability Bhutan society, all, we have to really work out. The next thing is 36.7% from that literacy rate is women with disabilities. No, the male with disabilities. The women's literacy rate, disability literacy rate is only 17.3, and males 36.7, just mixed out. So maybe at such a high 36.7. However, women's disability literacy rate is only 17.3. Okay, la? 2 minutes. I can finish in 1 minute. Next is see. Next slide, Nalu. From age 3 to 24, we have 1,618 children. Okay, la? According to the PHC, Population Housing Census Bhutan 2017. So these are the details you can see later. The next one, can go to next slide. Okay, as of 2021, we have 754 children enrolled in our schools in 21 inclusive schools and 2 special institutes. Okay, we have 754. Okay, and next slide. In this, we say this year we have 754 children enrolled. In the data reported, we have 1,618 children. When we calculate the enrollment rate, we have only 46% of our children in the school right now. Okay, in these 23 schools right now, we have only 46% of the children enrolled from age 3 to 24. So see where we are. For a kind of information from Ministry of Education, we are trying our best to enhance this enrollment, also the educational service. And educational service is not only the one. I think all of us today, as stakeholders, have to join hands in providing all support at different ages levels. Okay, next, just my message, how we have to be happy, when happiness is counted as happiness, and inclusion is everyone's business. All of us have to shoulder responsibilities. And the final one, Sonam, thank you. And with the voice of inclusivity, I end here my presentation. Thank you all. So if you have any questions, if the moderator provides time, we'll discuss. If not, you might find another time.
Where are the mics? If you have any questions, we open to the floor. We still have 15 minutes for discussion.
I think that was quite clear.
Any questions? If not, maybe I will break the floor. You mentioned that enrollment rate for the youth with disabilities or children with disabilities is only 46%. Would you have any data why this is very low?
Thank you, moderator. So we have many factors, assumptions why the enrollment is low. Number one is the lack of awareness in parents and caregivers. So our parents and caregivers in the villages, probably they are not aware that our children with disabilities can also access education. And also they do not know whether the schools will accept them and whether we have schools for inclusion in special education programs across or around. The next thing is the accessibility. The schools are quite far away from the children that they live, and also the third reason could be the economic status of our parents. Usually, if the schools are far away, our parents, they face difficulty in reaching, especially the logistics, and also as the family bond, people might need children to be at home, so the accessibility is an issue. And the other thing is probably the social stigma. We always have that, oh, children with disabilities can learn. How can they be in the schools? These are some of the instant reasons that I can, but we have a lot of assumptions that why they lack enrollment in the school system.
Ministry of Education is a institution mandated for providing literacy. What is your plan or programs that can enhance this literacy rate, especially for children with disabilities?
Thank you. Since the ministry really enhances the literacy rate of Bhutan and also we promote the inclusivity of all, our plan is to, by any means, we have a school a school for inclusion and special education in every Tumbe and Jongkak by 25-year plan. And we have already done 26, and the 3 will be inaugurated this month. And with this, we have 26 schools now, but we'll add into the 2 more. But slowly and quite progressively, we will roll out this inclusion and special education approach to all schools in Bhutan. So this, with this approach, we are hoping that disability literacy rate will be reduced, and at least by next 5 years or so, maybe in a 13-5-year plan, we should aim minimum at 70 or 75% of disability literacy rate in Bhutan.
Thank you. Sir, Mr. Sorry.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. My name is Mr. Dr. Mishra. I work as education officer in UNICEF. And the question on literacy, I think, is very impressive. I wanted to ask the ministry on how far they are in terms of guaranteeing the rights of persons with disability to access education, because some of the reasons that Prema pointed out, these are good enough reasons, but if we prioritize rights of persons with disabilities for education, I think no school can refuse a child, no institution can refuse a child. So, when charitable approaches are good, how far are we taking rights-based approach forward, especially in line with the UNCRPD? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, as all of us know, we are advocates of UN Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We have also the National Policy on Persons with Disability. Everywhere we have the educational statements, health statements, environment statements. So we have to empower together, and also the CSOs play a very important role. That's why I'm particularly, pleased when the ABS successes featured that they also trained school teachers. They also went to the community and also enhanced the livelihood, advocacy, awareness, and services for children with disabilities. This is how we should do, and including the standard for inclusive education that Ministry of Education developed in 2017. We have the child protection rights and accessibility rights, where our schools, they have to extend their admission into the schools anyhow if they come for admissions. Not only our schools with inclusion and special education programs, other schools also have to accept the admission of these children, and our ministry, we ensure if we get requests, if we get information, we provide some outreach programs to these schools where we do not have programs, so that our teachers can at least provide basic support, basic educational service to these children, and we also roll out this program to other schools slowly. It's already right-based, and we are working progressively. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, La. Just for the floor, my name is Chairperson Doji. Right now, I'll just introduce myself as a parent. I represent a parent of a child with a disability. Thank you, Mr. Parental. I know you must be a little bit concerned every time you speak. I have a question to ask. But very quick presentation, very crisp and concise. My question is, it's not a question, rather, it's a clarification that we wanted to ask. Some of our parents have come up with an issue and concern that now there is a new condition. I don't know whether it's true or not. That's where, so if you can clarify for us. In the middle secondary schools, children are asked that once they reach at the age of 18, they have to leave Sinawala. They have to transition to middle secondary school. And most of our children with disabilities, as we know, already enrolled to schools at a much later age than the other general children. They are much older comparatively. So there are who are almost close to 18, but still not finished some of the classes now. And they've been asked to now transition from next year. They're asked to go to other vocational institutes and so on. How is this planned by Ministry of Education? Because just asking a child, you just talked about literacy and so on and so forth. If you're talking about literacy, if the child has not gained that, the certain level of education, how is the Ministry of Education planning to transition these kids who are already close to 18, but they have to leave? The Joselabji Kadijunimola. I mean, I questioning. You can't just tell them to go and find themselves. I'm sure the ministry must have planned something. So this is one question that I wanted to ask. The rest, I think the speakers have already asked, so I think that is covered. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Kama. So here, this transition is one of the very important programs that impact the lives of children with disabilities in every part of their life. So here, anywhere in the world, so our children, the decision-making level is the age 18. So now, in our guidelines, we have developed a guideline on transition. Actually, the guideline is assessment, examination, promotion, and transition for students with disabilities that we developed in 2018. So we have created so many learning pathways for our children with disabilities. For example, if our children cope with the general curriculum with accommodations, with their limited difficulties, then they can take the general curriculum with some accommodations. However, with high difficulties, we have pathways. They can take mixed mode learning. They can take functional learning programs, and also they can have the negotiated programs. So now, our children who are with high ages, and if their learning levels are low, then we have to facilitate case-wise. We have to facilitate case-wise. We have also sensitized our teachers how we have to facilitate case-wise. Now, that's why sometimes I always say we have to manage our expectations. As a parent, we have to also know how to manage our expectations of a child if he or she is with disability. For example, I'm a total blind. My parents cannot expect me to be a driver or a pilot. I might curse all of you, right? My parents will expect me to do what I can. The responsibilities that I can do as a person with vision impaired, I cannot expect to be an archer, but they can expect me to be a speaker. They can expect me to maybe engage in planning, programming, or do something else. So here, if we think that our colleagues cannot cope with the academics, then we should know what other best things can our colleagues cope. Then we have to facilitate accordingly. And then, for example, what would be the most alternative independent skills that I can think on with my abilities and skills? This is how our facilitators, for example, teachers and parents, caregivers, should facilitate and slowly try to work towards the transition. But now, coming to exactly the point of what we have raised, we in our schools, we have children who are reluctant for transition. We do not send them instantly. We discuss, our teachers discuss, school management, discuss with the parents, the receiving agency, and if they are not ready to transition instantly, they are not forced to leave at once. They are prepared. They are, capacitated. They are well, sensitized on the transition, and also they are made to work towards, made to understand how transition will benefit, what kind of transition they should face, what kind of abilities and skills they might have towards transition, what would be the benefits of transition. All these are worked out strategically in our schools. And as we say, if a child is not so ready for transition, they are not forced at once. However, remember, there should be transition at a time, at a level, at some time. Otherwise, now we might give more dependence than giving independence. We have to know how skillfully, strategically, we have to integrate ourselves, children with disabilities, persons with disabilities, in the real livelihood and in the society.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Probably we are out of time. So we'd like to thank Mr. Pema Shugel for your wonderful presentation. Talking about the preparedness for the higher education or transition, the next presentation is on preparedness for the higher education institutes for inclusion of students with special needs, a case study done in Bhutan by a group of graduates at Samsi College of Education. They will be presenting online, so can we welcome them?
Kuzombola sir, maybe we given the right to share the screen la.
Yes, can you share the screen?
Lasla, good morning to all the participants, and thank you to the organizer for giving us this opportunity to present our research project. In fact, we are not students, we are, I hope I'm audible up there. Hello, can somebody let me know if I'm audible or not, please?
You are very much audible.
Thank you, thank you so much. This was a research project which was funded by UNICEF Bhutan, and it was conducted by 4 faculty members here in the college, namely myself, I'm Ganeshman Gurung. Then we have Mr. Sangechring. Then we have Madam Kejang Wangmo and Mr. Ramesh Kumar Chetrila. So the project is yet to be completed, and that's why we are presenting today only the preliminary findings. So to go with the introduction, as we all know, inclusive education has been increasingly seen as a significant human rights issue spearheaded by United Nations. And in the recent times, inclusive education has changed the educational landscape all around the world. And as far as Bhutan is concerned, education has always been given a high priority. And although there may be some gaps and issues, but it has always been given a high priority by our beloved king as well as the planners and the successive governments. Now, Bhutan has also ratified and is also a signatory to a number of international conventions and frameworks on inclusive educations, and I would not like to read all of them, which I have projected on the slide. Sangesh sir, next please. Now, when it comes to our own context, inclusive education resonates in many of our national educational policies, and even beyond educational policies. For example, the Constitution of the Kingdom of Bhutan, and even the Bhutan Professional Standard for Teachers. There are provisions for inclusive education. Now, as of 2020, there were about 28 schools offering special education program, and there were 1,126 students with disabilities. If this figure is to be trusted, it is not a number game. Even if one student out of 1,100 transition to higher education institutions in the country, there has to be a conducive environment for them to pursue their education. That's the argument we are making here. So this clearly indicates the need for higher education institutions to prepare for a more inclusive approach to education, be it in terms of teaching pedagogy, infrastructure, the knowledge and skills of the academics, so on and so forth. So in the context of this study, preparedness is defined as the state of readiness of higher education institutions of Bhutan to support inclusive education in terms of its institutional policies, academic performances, programs, infrastructure facilities, knowledge and skills of academics to implement inclusive education. That is what we mean by preparedness. So that's why this study intends to examine the preparedness of higher education institutions in Bhutan for inclusive education. And next, Sangesh sir. Hello, Sangesh sir. Next slide, please. Now, we posed 8 research questions while conducting this project. Our primary research question was, what is the preparedness of higher education institution in Bhutan to support the educational needs and aspirations of students with disabilities. And question number 1 deals with the understanding of inclusive education among the academics of Royal University of Bhutan, colleges of Royal University of Bhutan. Number 2 is perception of academics on inclusive education. Number 3, we look at the kind of institutional policies which are in place in the higher education institution of the country. Number 4 is academic programs, the kind of academic programs we offer. Number 5 is infrastructure facilities, how inclusive they are. Number 6 is the preparedness of the academics of higher education institution. Number 7, what challenges the higher education institutions are facing. And number 8 is what future plans we have. So these are the research questions which we asked in the beginning of the project. Next, sir. Quickly to take you through literature review, just few given the limited time we have. Meaning of inclusive education, we thought that the definition given by UNICEF 2017 seems to be better in our opinion. Inclusive education system is one that accommodates all students, whatever be their abilities or requirements, and at all levels, preschool, primary, secondary, tertiary, vocational, and lifelong learning. So that is how we understand inclusive education. Next, sir. Literature also, talks about the benefits of inclusive education. There are so many: academic achievement, self-esteem, social skills, attitude, quality of instruction, so on and so forth. On the other side, on the other hand, inclusive education will also facilitate more interaction, peer support, acceptance, friendship, so on and so forth. So these are some of the benefits of inclusive education as given in the literature. Next, sir, please. Now there are also a number of factors, which determine inclusion in higher education. And primarily these factors can be grouped into inclusive policy, inclusive culture, and inclusive practice. And the literature also says that academics, attitude is very important. This will significantly impact the inclusion in the higher education institutions. Next, sir, please. Now, not only in Bhutan, across the world, there are a number of challenges of inclusion in higher education. I have just picked one. And according to this author, some of the barriers to inclusion in higher education includes university policy, infrastructure, budget allocation, capacity building, and establishment of center for services for students with disabilities. Next, please. Now, we are in methodology. For this study, we use pragmatism as the paradigm. And we used explanatory sequential mixed methods research design, in which first we collected quantitative data. Quickly we analyzed. Then based on the trends and patterns of quantitative data, we designed qualitative questions, interview questions. We conducted interview, analyzed. Then this qualitative and quantitative data were triangulated, and that led to interpretations, findings. Next, please. Now, sampling and sample size for quantitative data. For survey questionnaire, we use stratified random sampling. And for interview, we used convenience sampling for multiple regions. And sample size for survey, we included 867 participants. And they come from, mostly from Royal constituent and affiliated colleges of Royal University of Bhutan. 36.6% were academic, support staff 9.2%, student 54.2%. For qualitative interview, we had 98 participants, and they come from the colleges of Royal University of Bhutan, as well as from other relevant agencies, stakeholders like DAHI, Ministry of Education, so on and so forth. Next, please. Sangesh sir, next please. Now, data collection instrument procedure for quantitative data, we use self-designed inclusive education survey questionnaire. We use 6-point Likert scale. The questionnaire for academic had 4 themes. For support staff, we had 2 themes, and for students we had 2 themes, and the number of items are given there. Last, next sir. For qualitative data, we use semi-structured interview. Academics, we ask them 10 questions, support staff 5 questions, students 6 questions, and stakeholders 5 questions. And we also did document analysis, and some of the documents we included in our analysis include ROP, students admission policy, Will of Academic Law, program-specific documents across the colleges, and semester term plans. Last, next, please. Then data analysis, for quantitative data analysis, we use simple, descriptive statistic using SPSS version 24. And for qualitative analysis, so we did a thematic analysis following the model of Barun and Clark, which starts with data familiarization and ends at analysis of the data. Last, next, please. So from here, I would like to request Sangesh sir to take us through. Thank you.
I'm Sangeet Singh, lecturer at Samsi College of Education. I know you'll be interested to know some preliminary findings of this quite a big research. Like it's 44 pages, and I don't know how inclusive it would be to summarize within 10 minutes. So based on the research questions, we have the findings and the results. The first research question was whether what's the understanding of inclusive education by the faculty members, the students, and we are quite happy that they have expressed the understanding of inclusive education in some different ways, but seems to have a common understanding. Like they say that inclusive education is for children with special needs, different abilities, and diverse background, and the purpose is for to give equal opportunity for for all the children. And then we have concluded that majority of the academics and faculties and stakeholders of the REB colleges have a clear conceptual understanding of the inclusive education. Now, with regard to the second question, the perception of the inclusion of children with disabilities, when you ask this question, mostly they talk about the challenges like lack of proper infrastructure, the conducive physical environment for inclusion of students with special needs. And for instance, one of the academics said, I would like to see more students with special needs, disability be a part of the higher education institution in Bhutan. However, I'm also aware that many of the institutions do not have the right infrastructure to take that. So it looks, the data says that they have the attitude, the willingness to include children with disabilities, but there seem to be a lot of challenges. One of the stakeholders also said that the inclusion of disabilities in higher education or any institution heavily depend on the goodwill and support of their friends and teachers. So it is the willingness is not let's say based on the systemic I would say the change. It's more to do with the individual personal affiliation with the children with disabilities. So this is the overall findings with the second question. And one of the parents also said no, Bhutan accepted only blind students, but not the other form of disabilities. So they seem to perceive that inclusive education is only for children with visual impairment. So these are the points given by parents. But according to the literature, it says that IE practice is in South Asia is still ineffective, is quite problematic, and is still in infancy. Inclusive education practices in Asia, especially in Southeast Asia. So I think our RDB is also trying its best to, let's say, apply the inclusive policies and principles. Now the third question, whether higher education institutions, including RDB colleges, have the institutional policy. The interview, when we interviewed the participants, revealed that RDB lack comprehensive policy coordinated student center. But it's interesting that in the WAL and in admission policy, they have written that the opportunities will be given to all, but on merit basis. So that is quite interesting. And just to support more, one of the stakeholders stated, firstly, the admission policy must be inclusive of students with disabilities. Secondly, the institute should have both hard infrastructure facilities and soft qualified HR finance program resources in place to support education of students with disabilities. The institute could have all these policies and proposal in their master plan and start establishing. So they perceive that there are no specific policies. However, when we look at this data, like interview data, the survey data, there are many good practices. Although there are no specific policies, there are many good practices in almost all the colleges. A policy like providing extra hour to write examination, like Braille and many other. Even some colleges are talking about constructing ramps, and some have already done. So there are many good practices going on. But as per the literature, it is necessary to design university level policies and strategies to help students with disability access higher education assessment as per the literature. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, Sanghi sir, I can hear you. Let's go ahead.
Now, just to show some examples of some data here, a table. If you look at the third one, Mula, my college has policies to enroll students with special needs. So academics, the average mean is 2.92. That means they seem to disagree. Most of the academics seem to disagree that there are policies. Mula. Even the support staff seem to disagree because they're only, the mean is 3.1. And if you look at the another item, my college provides required support to address the needs of students with special needs. Even the mean average is just 2.9, sorry. So they seem to disagree. This is just some examples. Now, coming to the academic program, how inclusive this academic program. Just if you look at the table, if you look at the table and look at the item number 3, just look at.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Can you make it a little faster? You are running out of time.
Sorry, tubla. Okay, just look at item number 3. The modules I teach incorporate assessment strategies. Looks like many faculty members disagree with that. So that means the academic programs are not designed to be fully inclusive or use of some basic, but we seem to use some basic practices of inclusive education. Infrastructure facilities, these are some challenges. Only 2 of the 11 colleges involved for this study indicating having some ramps. And the interesting thing is one of the speakers said that one of my students who has physical disability, but who is cognitively brilliant, could not continue his education in higher education because they do not have accessible infrastructure and caregiver. And coming to the preparedness of the Royal Academics. So if you look at the data, you would say that I have experience in teaching students with special needs. Many have no experience, plus no one has attended any training of inclusive education. So that indicates that academics of RUB or higher education institutions are not fully prepared as of now. Now, question number 7, the challenges are many, lack of infrastructure facilities, the academics are not trained in inappropriate curriculum, the curriculum is not inclusive, and absence of inclusive policy and many. And one of the stakeholder has rightly said, I feel the lack of legal framework or National Disability Act as the greatest barrier to students with disabilities. And some children with students with visual impairment have also shared their experiences. Now, future plans. there's not like there you will not see some specific future plans, but then some deans and some colleges are saying that they have some future plans like constructing ramps and footpaths, and then making the program more inclusive. Now the conclusion is yes, the inclusive education is it resonates across all the policy documents, even in RUP, but then there's no specific admission policy for children with disabilities. Then IE is perceived as important aspects. All the RUP faculty members, students perceive inclusive education as important aspects of the higher education. And there are some good practices in the colleges, and then some colleges even do have some plans to promote inclusive education. However, there are challenges still existent in the higher academic institutions. And the study revealed that as of now, the higher education institutions are not fully educated or prepared to accept the inclusion of children with disabilities. The recommendations and RUP and MO has to work together. Because there are no proper data, how many students are graduating from class 12, who all would be able to get into which programs of REB, and so need to work together. And the number of students with special needs completing secondary schools education is on the rise, and so REB need to work on this. And there's a need to review the criteria to get admission. As of now, they accept based on merit, and but it's important to review that. And the compulsory pedagogical training for all academics of the RUP, so that we change our attitude, plus we are prepared because many students now are coming from higher secondary schools, and then within a few years we may have to admit them in our college. Thank you. With this, sorry, I took more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Panish.
Any question? Any question? These are preliminary findings.
You have 5 minutes for discussion. Any questions? Yes, Vishwasan.
Thank you, Sun City, for sharing the presentation, preliminary presentation. I'm sure there will be more refinement of the report. My initial question to you is, did you also have a look at tertiary education policy 2010, whether that factored in education of students with disabilities? Of course, you are focused on the current challenges, but again, if you look from a right-based perspective, every child, every student has a right to higher education. But this merit base is a big barrier. We'll have a discussion on that. And I also expected one of your recommendations to be to have a dialogue with the REB in terms of policy changes, because at the moment it seems that there is not even any quota from any of the practicing REB colleges. Anyway, my question to you is, have you had a look at the tertiary education policy and seeing if there were provisions for higher education for persons with disabilities? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, sir. Sanjay sir, I'll respond to Vishnu sir's question. Sir, we received your feedback on the draft report last time, and the work is ongoing. And that was a very important comment you made. The requirement for us to refer to the policy, which you are referring to. And that will that is considered, and in the final draft will include whatever ideas we could pick from that document. Vishnu sir, thank you so much.
Sir, can I also respond, sir? Vishnu sir was asking whether we have read the referred tertiary education policy.
Yes,
I did. And I found that the admission for children, students in RUP will be based on merit, as sir said. And there's no specific clause mentioning about a student with disability. Tertiary education policy 2010. So it's undergoing review. It's reviewing just now, and hope they will include all these.
Thank you. Any more questions? One last chance. For all the participants, it's not necessary you have to speak in English.
Dari nalu China mengikuti jenis contoh dari nalu partisipan dari bukan nama dalam sekarang dah tentu ngaji ini lewo waktu kita di FDI bagi ini pada itu terci juga sebenarnya sampai suci lah lagi sampai sisi atau teman-teman sebenarnya ini sudah sebagai ngaji nalu ada sampai lah mirang jenis sampai sudah ngaji di uang kita di ya judulnya ya judul lah dekatnya ada satu ngaji di malam itu makan cina kaget itu uang kita selama dalam ngaji saja lalu itu makan lalu cekali lalu tuh bumi jadi lagi zupa masuk di caca jadi tetapi sesuatu kita caca di dulu tapi uang kita di kaji mau saja di dalam kapung di sudah berjadi para keisha di sini uang kita ini sudah dewa mungkin jadi jumlah lebih semai semina. Kalau kita baca sejarah, dari dulu rangi tablet dewa, dalam cuci, dalam cici, mina dok, termasuk ciri juga. Dalam sejuk juga. Dalam anda cuci, kata nama ngasih nama bahasa kita. Tapi cici rangi kita baca cici kali semina. Dalam aku kali ini coba cici tambah yang cici yang lain. Kamal gitu kan benci dewa begitu. Dewa dulu, acuan begitu dalam dulu. Tato kacina matu mau sekarang kita. Acuan begitu dalam. Dikaki dewa begitu ini sedang dulu. Wah begitu kita jatuh ini sedang dulu. Jatuh di topi bela. Opan di bela. Kalau di sembilan salah. Jadi nama tu di jadi tanah macam ni asasi jodoh minas ni lah. Dia macam jodoh je. Wang mungkin jadi sender dia ya cium. Dia wang mungkin jadi buka di mama dulu sini lah. Dia ni kita naik ni kita ni juga. Dia tampon bersih tanpa dia kali ni mana. Jadi boleh macam tak sahih. Dia ini dia wangsel tu. Positive में हर चीज दा प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए ऐसे मिलने गाने के लोग competitive होने लगा ये competitive होने से लगता लोग होंगी दे नेशनल वो मुख्य चैनल पे होती चैनल पे आती है चैनल पे नीचे की को कॉलेज में नया शुरू ना ये कचरा चीज़ ना ते तो आज भी तो पेन को शुरू कचरा खाली में दिले टक्सोई में मोजना ते उनकी तादेरे दिले यार एबिस की तादेरे Bila wang segi macam education ni pun kita tenderi langsung jodoh awasnya. Ani kita tidak madod dari universiti sampai itu.
Dato jual ini kita Dr. Kanisha dari Sambal dan apa itu. Kita macam garam dan macam apa. Tapi kita ni kau kajian tendo se. Kita lagi kita tu suci, kita tu suci minola. Ini kita boleh jadi nomina sendiri resiko dola. You have a question? I can make it very short.
Presenters, my questions for the presenters. Hello, sir. Sanjay and Ganesh. I'm so happy to know of this study. I was not aware. Please forgive my ignorance on that. I just wanted to know if you'll be providing your recommendations as what kind of support each, because as you know, there are different types of disabilities. So I just want to know if you'll be including kind of support and services each type of disability will be needed in your recommendation in terms of the hard infrastructure, the soft components, and also in investment and human resource. I'm sure you must have already thought about it, so just wanted to know. Thank you. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much. It is there in our report, but
yes,
in the interest of time, we just picked a few prominent ones. And maybe later on we'll not get opportunity. I think, as far as I could see from here, hi to Vishnu sir and to Dr. Jigella. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for Dr. Ganesh. In the meantime, there's a car, Expresso, parked in front of a bus roller, BP1P5598. Would you mind moving your car a bit? BP1P5598. Expresso Chile. Coffee di member la car nila. PowerPoint. Plus, I need no introduction. The thing that in Bulu, €20, €20, €20, €20, car that to Maggie Maggie Kadada, she say, come a sushi teaching on a Judu where a family. To provide you a background of what I'm going to present, this is only a small component of the big research project that we have undertaken in collaboration with the University of Minnesota in USA, University of Birmingham in England, and Parental College. It's funded by the UK government. The project entitled a very huge coverage of area in terms of education, employment, and social participation opportunities and equality for the youth with disabilities especially. So this is just a component. Okay, probably we'll be able to present you in a detail when we have our own summit on December 15 and 16. And if you really want to know everything about this project and the outcomes of the project, we welcome you to RTC on 15th and 16th December.
커넥션 아니 공개 10주도 되면
in the meantime, when we fix the PowerPoint, we had around 4 components of the project. Number one, we did a basic baseline study on the youth with disabilities in regard to employment opportunities and social participation. Number 2, we had what we call political economic assessment, where we try to study all the policies, all the regulations, and also the opportunities that is provided in terms of inclusion in economic and social arena. Number 3, we had intervention programs, which included experimental coordinators, mentoring, and supporting youth with disabilities in becoming either self-employed or looking for employment or starting entrepreneurships. And the final one we had was on what we call EAT, Employment Assessment Toolkit. We catered that to 39 participants, and we tried to see how they can move on with the employment or economic and social inclusion using those models. Okay. So what I'm presenting here is purely based on political and economic assessment that we have conducted. The title in the brochure is very huge, so I made it look more simpler. We'll have to use around. Okay, the questions are very simple. What we looked at is what are the challenges and the opportunities that people with disabilities face in Bhutan for their meaningful participation in vocational training and the labor market. And the number 2 we had is how can incentives be better aligned among the stakeholders to improve the quality and quantity of such opportunities. I'm not going to present you the methodology and all this stuff. I'm going to straight move into what we are looking at next. When we did this one, we looked at the approaches in the context of economic inclusion of people with disabilities. as encompassing two elements. This is very important for us because we want to see what is their direct participation in each, number one. Number two, what are the meaningful opportunities? The meaningful out here means more of something that they can build on their own and make their own livelihood. So we do not consider a free labor meaningful here again. Because there are contexts where if you go into rural Bhutan, you will find that somebody with certain degree of intelligence disability is made to be a sweeper or a caretaker of a chapel or something like that. But in the context of very free labor role, so we are not looking at that. Next. The different level of entries that we studied are number one, the rules of game, that is policies and regulations that the government has put in place. Number two, the supporting market infrastructure that we have, which includes government organizations, institutions, then departments and agencies. Then we also looked at the suppliers and providers, which can be a range of actors such as CSOs, private sectors, and the users here are usually CSOs in context GPOs and PWDs. And then the last issue that we looked at is social norms and conventions, how they play with the role of unwritten code of conduct, which is very social norm that we are not able to break through. Next. So these are the themes and the issues identified while we are doing this political and economic assessment. So if you look here, you will find a number of them, which I'm not going to read for you. What we tried was one that we have highlighted in the yellow color, mapping and adapting the policy framework, how far this has been used and how far this has been adaptable to the system that we need. Next. Before going into findings and policy and programming implications, I would like to share that one of the framing challenges that we had was disability in Bhutan is still considered with physical disability. So when we talk about the housing and population data that is produced in 2017, it talks only about physical disability. It does not talk about functional disability. So that data is a very problematic one. So therefore, you cannot say this data is accurate data for the number of people with disabilities or persons with disabilities, because this just says some obvious form of disabilities in the world. Functional disabilities to data in the world. So this is one of the challenges we had. Going on to the finding and the implications, we covered certain areas. And in this context, because we wrote this report as a policy brief, we do have certain recommendations, what can be done, but I'm not going to read through the recommendations. It's there for you to read. What I would like to share is when it comes to the first finding, adapting to the policy framework, I think there is a need to synchronize and also to delegate on a lot of the policies. In recent terms, we have a national policy for persons with disabilities, but how well it is synchronized and aligned to a lot of other policies is still a question. We have looked at policies like National Human Resource Development Policy, Economic Development Policy, the Cottage and Small Industry Policy, Foreign Direct Investment Policy, National Youth Policy, Tourism Policy, and there seems to be a lot of gray areas left behind, and also no indicative of PWDs in these policies. So I think that's one fundamental thing that we need to improve on. Number two, research on poverty, vulnerable group and PWDs. It's very difficult to get any correct data right now. This is one of the issues. We do have annual National Statistical Bureau survey, as well as I believe it's conducted in 3 years more, or 5 years, gross national survey, gross national happiness survey. So these surveys does not include any of subject or indicators on PWDs in the world, on disabilities. I think this is one area that we need to come together, agree on, and then probably our recommendation is in long run, these agencies are able to include all these subjects into their research areas. We should become one of the whole important data for us. Next, vocational education system. When we look at the employment opportunities, one of the areas that we looked at is the opportunity to, especially in terms of youth with disabilities, is transition from higher education and also places like Jakso in Wala. Because I believe the Jakso Vocational Institute doesn't certify the vocations that they have learned. And for certification, we have to go through the Tibet system in Wala. But what happens here is Tibet system does not have much open door for the youth with disabilities. Because number one, there's a reliance on quality inclusion in the basic education. If you need to qualify for Tibet, these students have to graduate class 10 in the world or class 12. So that becomes one of the problem with the Tibet entrance. Number two, believe in educational setting and special educational setting and narrow educations. This is one of the problem that we have still, because we still consider that if it is a special education, that they should be sheltered differently, not in the mainstream vicinity. This is one of the challenges, even with the Tibets. So when we go and talk to the Tibet people, they always say, oh, is it regarding disability? Then you should go to drug source or ABSC. There is no context where they are trying to create that inclusion among themselves. Then conceptualizing Tibet in, for PWDs in non-formal terms. If you look at National Human Resource Development Policy, which says disabled and other special groups shall be supported to develop vocational skills. But these are never mentioned in the Tibet system or even in the institution enrollment or admission policies. So this becomes quite a tricky situation. The resource development policy says yes, everyone should be given, but the Tibet says no, there is no provision. So these are tricky situations we are in. Next one is culture of charity, which I don't have to explain. We are so much based on it. So we do have few recommendations. Next one we looked at is the labor market. When we looked at the labor market, we discovered that there are a lot of programs initiated by a lot of institutions, government agencies, even the government itself. For example, Youth Engagement for Livelihood Program, what they call YELP from Ministry of Labor and Human Resource. They also have something called Direct Employment Scheme. So these are the programs that they have offered in Rwanda, but then there is no provision how they are going to engage or make more inclusive. And I have a very interesting story to share, because group of friends who are visually impaired, I believe they were given a direct employment scheme as a music teachers in this school, and they wanted to renew their contract, but unfortunately it was declined, and they said there's no provision for it. So in such context, what happens? It's very gray and not open to how we can create labor market more inclusive. In this context, what we tried as a project is, in the labor market, we looked at modeling what we call inclusive employment coordinator, entrepreneurship and self-employment coordinator, and school transition coordinator. And one of our friends, who is in the participant group, Mr. Bhutan Kafe, he had been working as a school transition coordinator. And the whole idea is to model it and see how this coordinatorship can help them, especially youth with disabilities, in terms of finding employment, in terms of starting their own self-employment or entrepreneurship, and also in terms of helping them in transition from the education institutions like schools, daycares, even job role and women's. And one of the serious questions we really need to address is the transition issues, which may be a topic for another presenter. Next one we had is on advocacy group and CSOs. We observe that a more direct participation in policy making and programming is needed. For example, we have CSOs, advocacy groups, a lot of us doing a lot of things. For example, the very forum here. But the problem with this is we are doing what we can, but we do not have a hand in policy making or in framing the plannings. So what happens, it still remains as an excluded group in all. So if there is a platform where there is a direct participation and involvement, I think that becomes more inclusive. Next one. For the private sector, I think this is one huge space in terms of employment, but there are so many drawbacks, and that I think everyone knows. It starts from the infrastructure, the systemic organization development, the human resource planning, everything. Because most of them are profit-oriented or commercial ventures. So what happens is the opportunity to have this youth with disabilities or persons with disabilities employed becomes very tricky situation. And in recent years, what we have experienced is we had Madam Tashi, who happened to be an employment officer, inclusive employment coordinator. She went around Timbu, literally begging every organization, private organization, to employ one of the youth with disabilities. But the tricky situation is everyone hits the words, but there is no execution. I think that becomes quite famous now. The last one is the social norms. In terms of the social norms that we look at is, there are two ways to integrate in all. One is how the society takes in the context of competition. I think that everyone knows. And in the context of competition, we have been very charitable, we have been very supportive, but with using that context, we have not created the economic and social inclusion for the people with disabilities. And that's where the challenge is. It remains still in the individual. The systemic change does not happen. The other thing is the context of karma, which is very difficult to seal through out of our mind. Small. I think that is one of the biggest barriers we still have. And I think if these are used in the positive ways, I think it's going to help a lot in creating a very inclusive society. So that's what we have as the final topic that we looked at it, or the subject or thematic area we looked at it. And sorry, I didn't read any of the recommendations. I hope we have read through. If not, please give me your email address. I'm willing to share the policy brief with you. And it's clearly written everything there, so you do not have to think of not having the information. Okay, these are references. And then any questions? Yes, sir. Dr. Kamajikal. Please don't ask a very tough one.
Yes, thank you, Sonam. Just a few questions.
Yes.
And also some clarifications. First thing, thank you for your succinct presentation. And I know this is very timely for our community where we have people living with disabilities, and employment is an issue, as you mentioned. And truly, your findings have come out with these. It has made it true. Now, during your survey and all, I just wanted to know if it covered graduates, especially from special schools like Mongsel Institute for Deaf and Mentioning Institute. Did you include the graduates from those schools tracking how they are doing with employment and all? So that's my first question. And the other thing is, well, if your project is going to address what we call it as, I'm sure everybody's aware of sheltered employment. Because when you talk about disabilities, as you mentioned, one of your colleagues went begging around to private firms, seeking a job for this individual with disability. So, I was looking into other countries also, and they have this practice about shelter employment, where they have all this, people with disabilities coming together. And I thought this would address, the transition issues, and also it would cater to self-employment. And also, if your study did, come up with such recommendations. Thus, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. The first question in regard to involvement of the graduates from Mongsel and Minseling. We did have graduates engaged in the project. In fact, we had few participants, or what we call fellows, with the disabilities engaging in the project. In the process, we have also looked through their perspective and tried to see. And one of the strong questions we still remain unasked is about the transition that is. I think to the context of one's own intellectual ability and one's own capabilities to perform, I think there is a huge scope for economic inclusion for especially the graduates from Mongsel. But the biggest challenge we have is with the Mongsel Institute. There's no provision right now for higher education because there's no interpreters in the institutes. It's very difficult to get employed in any of the organizations because of the communication barriers. So this is one of the most difficult questions that we need to immediately ask. In recent times, RTC has been taking on youth with disabilities on scholarship. Last year we had Mr. Sangidoji, who is visually impaired. This year we have two, Vikash and I forgot the name of the other boy from Bhutan, both are physically challenged. So we have two there. And our intention was to take somebody from Mongsel because we wanted to challenge the higher education system. But unfortunately, the management said, how are you going to teach and learn? And we had no answers. We will have to hire an interpreter, which is not possible right now. Second question with regard to the sheltered employment, I think this is one of the most interesting and in some contexts very beautiful idea that we have experienced in Minnesota. We have so many fellows sitting here today with us, Chimi, Juan, probably Kensington. These people went to Minnesota in 2020, January, and they have experienced all these sheltered employment, customized employment, and these are some of the examples that we have been trying to propagate as well as promote. And we have been trying our best to convince Department of Employment and Human Resource that these are options that are available, especially for youth with disabilities, because currently we have a lot of youth with disabilities out there in the market not having any proper employment. Some of them are just serving it just for their own livelihood, or I would say for the survival. Recently, we came across a group who have been working on one of the hospitality industry, and when we discussed with them about their situation, the reason why we are there is simply because they need to survive, and they could not find any proper employment that can be matched to their abilities. And they are graduates of some of the very wonderful programs that have been conducted in Bhutan. For example, we have a lot of skilling programs. They are skilled very well, they know what skills they possess, their talents, but the problem is that they are not able to find any employment opportunities. And when it comes to the self-employment or entrepreneurship is another challenge, because the banks or the financial institutions, even the supporters, they are they have a lot of assumptions and they have a lot of skepticism to really support this group of people. Thank you. Sir Dawatri.
Hello, Mas Kadinch. Urusan Kadinch Sunila. That ni Samu Tonga Shunimela or Sagi Kela, which recently which had bit of this one training chairs and so-called critical skill training. Now we can do that. Shigira. The Dinalo Marajo ability that Nasalo to Fachi. I don't know how to put so. And in other words, 15 PWs in bakery training cycle, 15 massage and spa cycle, 15 tailoring. The Dinalo Varagi, Shugumidi, out of 15 bakery Nalomachi, so key near what did you belong? With that, we are very grateful to UNDP who have supported us equipment to training some in this group. The Andia Bhutan Soap Foundation support there. And he concept the Yale Rashi Malay training some in this group. Luckily, I think only 12 of them came forward to Yalu Laben Villa. Tevadalu Kawil Chikachi is watching Tachina Sagi. Sunduzombe. And also Saladi, actually, Soap Foundation, the Soap Masi, other PWs, Yogi Bokap Soneval, Jovara, Yale, Mariki know something, a group you know something. You can measure usually Jovo Danisi. 12 except by the loop. Later you have to reduce that to Mishi products I have for you. Kangil Gachu is watching. We as a CSO, Machiragi Yellow space working as provide behavior, Chidi Gachi is launching employment director there, Beshushim in Dola, Damchilu, Koraya Hill, Adina Oninia Tabola, Lalu Milchen, Lalu Sok, Lalu Tam Chang, Lap Chang, Emeri Mola. Telenipos in the low, Machiki direct employ Bebomalo, Lamana Lena Sugula. Implement. Now I should follow the road. Shusu Shusu selection for each up, Majiki once in the one. The Datumales have the well up there, Tayami Shiti Layalu. Data one me too. Mola Maus Language, Apadi Porchapta, Luda, Malia, Nigeria, Shamichi, Yuchikari Chanas. And you soon become used to Sunila. If my appeal to Sanskura is if Sanskura facilitate Asla. Machi especially Yula, Aniki Vera, Yiso Bebe, Taichi down, not Tia Yasila, Ya, Rank to Tigila. Anel Tiku Ganel, plus Anila Losabuki, Chachuchi Zino, Subati, Kairas,
Japchubi, my team member Nagira Jevola. Kachimosation, the Namudi, Gachilan Matumo searching that too much in the Chinu, the city Gazum Cherry, deep Lalin Topidi, Dinalu, Gara, Chiksumbe, too much sensitivity, UNGP in Abu, Boom Chamana, the Chala Akedaro, the Tomde Katule Nadu, Yad Nadi, Chalanami, Sulalu, the Panchina Jungle, and using the Tinkel, there are Nadi building the Jidadi. Nana Zituvida, Nana Dituvidi, thinking so much expensive, function in world. Tanibeda Tambalu, Chiluki, the CGV Lamuchi world. Nibalu the Na Karaluchi Google. We have been requesting Department of Employment to conduct entrepreneurship course for the youth with disabilities. The reason, very simple. There are 45 youth with disabilities who had a critical skilling program for last 4 or 5 months. Now, when they come out, if we have trained them as entrepreneurs, the opportunity to run their own business is bigger, higher. But skilling program chances of the base your team. The Stowe Foundation is trying to run a factory, but without the idea of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneur will be still newer. Now, if somebody has come and trained them, what happens? It's going to be a very good business. That's what we see. So these are things that we are recommending. We are sort of requesting the government and the organizations to look at it. I think the role that we need to play is not just that somebody sitting up on the high chair should do it, but I think every one of us needs to push people. That's only the way to move forward in the world. I think it's high time we need to push the people at the top in the way we can. And that's sometimes bringing people into a forum like this. And in last advocacy workshop, which was attended by some of the participants here, that's what we tried to do. We brought in all the financial institutions, corporations, big private organizations, all the associations in Bhutan, starting from the automobile associations, workshop, the association. We brought everyone on board and we gave them 4 days of advocacy workshop, hoping that this could change something. And we are happy to report that there have been a lot of changes, especially in terms of one visible that we saw recently is banking system, which has changed. And we are happy to report that. Any questions? If not, I think time is out. Yes.
Di magi sangi sarki nalo hotel tekari di nalo salki nalo chuchuda. Tele magi tele ne beje ko chaptu tum chirela. Nalo chumagi chen nalo chiguye suduna. Tinga chigi masasi bebi dilu chingarina. Te tinalo ngachigadi malu ngachi da wangpukin chenara judo shule me de te lo se methala bolam se ko jogo batimola. Tinga chidi ma ngati ni tupuchi shuje mola te sargi len che na maso kole de nangeso de di bebiti na ngake. Tinga chidi ma tini bedolo ma kongitane ya mola. Te wangpukin chedi ngaki business to mesla mitina tandishola. Te ya chijo ya choma to ko minam sa mindo salang tila. De la to macho ko kinche suma ito ma thong disuela masachamela. Te andala rachi la ko kai mila. Te gachi ke rewa rechi dio ngambe rechi de la kaya la. Mara dikila. Te gachi jachi. Te ga na soustane kan bom de magari kan ki mo gara de. Yung di nag-reach ka chiki is actually prabi ne juli hale ka business pa hotel pa masachap gi reorech nela tinga gi juli ka tiki is na chili mare gi namle noksan ka tan is ba nga chili hospital ta tukuni kala pa ani junda lu tu beshi na nga chili anu go to bache se noksa gi la shura la ani ki la konge pura tan na dale hospital tele tukumi kala pa nga chili rele ni tato Bhutan Bhutan ba means level Bhutan ba chungi chachuna le Bhutan ngachi level asa. Dele ana lo ngachi na jatu ni
Dindi zoachi shudi mangpadalu ngachi yahati shudi tiru risadi ngachi chige ta pale konsari imungla. You can say, being on the loop, there are two mountain, they will say, Ikachi. They are to put down the Lumachi, make them change the Hola, they live to Suachi, say, I get your chance, relation to Machama told you. They deal with the round Sukalu, Chudopia, Tosokane, and Betting best to say, the one who needs in the source. Mitula, Pesa Sosokane, so the Lato. There comes literally 34 you put la to me. I never chance the dance which is the Chamako de la. Then I go begin in the Singa, what of the Tochala, you did Tochala, to the ladders in Salamula. The ladders of somebody that you that you should do something at your hotel, poor men at the Cassin, and Lavachona. Then didn't run the program or on Timothy, like something Makila, or something Mata. They pass Chile. Coming down to make them pub, to make them coming on the hospital. I said, as a really at one point to the to a chincy. No, it's a subject. What into this saloon? Should have you should be optional one point into the really the lemon king, the subject should be
one of the recommendations that we provided, Lamachigi, Shulu, Fitichi, Chishu Mosichin, Machigi, Dinner, Fitichi, Chishu Mosichin, Tankarena, Leforena, Losude, Palu, Wambo Pinching, the Chalanami, Nimamchi, Wachi, he pent up bomb Julimesi, he in the because we have already experimented the coordinatorship. Inclusive coordinator, employment and we have experimented self-employment, entrepreneurship team, we have school transition coordinator, we have experimented this, and they have been one of the wonderful experiments that we ever had. That's why if we were to narrate some of these stories, success stories, one of the proud moment that I have being with the project is being able to lift one of the family out of poverty. And how did we do that? Just simply because we had a coordinator dedicated to help that person. Holu mangel jatu chunkuchi ji, holu tsonka chunkuchi suji le, tsonka de buang la, tu tonta shikyu tsonka ila. Ina lo kaji ji la, printer ji, computer ji la, chokuchi ji la, that been printer se. And that made the whole difference to their life. The whole family is out of poverty. He said, "Pa jo be khon lu juda, ta kadi be lo sa. Na me sa me kadi chena las." Oma sapu ham zalegila mo ham jamigila masyo bispacho om tiginela roki songangi nya samtu rashin shona athegila monsun shona kuyos. And that is the proudest moment I had being part of the project. And I think we need to model those things. In actually should be direction. Once in the coordinator Jabju Beni Yubachin, Navinagana Jin hospital na Jin Dingale Paju, no of such dual. If the Tubes Paju, the Lul of some Indi, come dual. Tukala. Anichi now with Shujani Bela. Dr. Jigel be pushing the Georgi Lendila. Dr. Jigel is our Sarkarma corruption. The land is an argument of Hogi Nambochina, Pajima Station. Karma Garak Serbi, Jaksuki, is the principal of Chalanando, Diginale Palu. For our understanding, to some extent, Drakso is a sheltered employment from the JV. Pajima skilling a job, Dinalu, production at the develop. And we look at that, and Karma Garak sir has been with us for the last 2 years as a fellow of the project. Thank you. The Chabraji Chugubei Memola. The Jen Achi, the Tuli, the Tuki the Chuachin, Madam Karma, the Tensimgi, Nalu, Machilu, Chimbi, Nango Bella, the Indiraveru, Kara, Su, Suchi Asumona, the Sovagi opening program began Suchi Disugosila. Then when we Tatumachi Sachi, Sugi Bang Duge, doing Suchi, Su Gadime Sheda, the Suchi Samda and that means you will have to be back by 2:30 p.m. Okay, let's have a nice lunch.
Cool.
The participants inside the Can we have all the participants inside now? We are going to begin with an entertainment program now. Thus, I would like to welcome the KV band now.
Also, it's an entertainment of visually impaired parents. Thank you so much. Let's put your hands together for another round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. I hope everyone is back. The trick is quite often we lose some of the participants after lunch. Plus, I would like to now invite Ma'am Karma Sonamaji and Pension Group to present your Pension Support Group. Welcome, Ms. Karma Doji.
Thank you. Last good afternoon. It's good that the group is going smaller. Smaller the better. I have more focused group who's paying more attention to me. Good afternoon. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. Just to let you know, we'll have, because we are the most recent entrant to the field of disability organization, we thought we'll just give a quick, very, very short introduction about who we are and what we do, and straight away get into an experience sharing by one of our parents who's also a board trustee. He'll be sharing his experience now. So I'll give more time to him now. I'll take very less time. Today's morning session, a lot of the times in all of the presentations, if you have heard, parents, caregivers. So here we are. As parents, we felt there's a need to have an organization, a support group, who primarily works and supports and empowers parents and families to become better advocates of our children with disabilities. Through my own experiences and a group of my friends, mothers and fathers, we realized that coming together, there's so much of comfort and emotional support we get from each other, which we do not get in our other settings. And that's why we felt that knowledge sharing, experience sharing, and that emotional support of just being together and learning from each other means a lot. So that is why Pension was formed. I'm the co-founder and currently the executive director of Pension Parent Support Group. We were informally founded in 2017 as an informal group with just 4 or 5 parents. And on 30th July 2020, we were registered as the under CSOA, Public Benefit Organization. And we are the first parent support group in Bhutan, elsewhere, if you see, there are a lot of parent support groups in other countries, but in Bhutan, we do not have a full-fledged, legally registered parent support group. So Pension is the first of its kind. And we hope many of our parents groups will be forming within this Pension chapters. Till date now, if you look back, we have 101 parent members in our group, mostly mothers who have, we have children and persons with disabilities, about 100 of them, ranging from the age of 2 to the age of almost 30 years now. They all go to school, either they're going to school, either they're availing services from ABS, Truxo, or they're at home now. And some are very young also. Overall total members, if you see, including parents and our other members who are supporting our cause, we have over 200 members now. So we are very happy that it's growing, and this is because of our peer support from families. And also well-wishers, our donors, our developing partners, and I'd like to especially thank Bhutan Foundation and Help With Us for helping us during our crucial formation days, which was very, very important. With this, with further ado, I'd like to share a short video about who we are and what we do.
short, brief intro because we believe as parents we need to come together, because as parents we say things which others don't know. And that is why where we can fill in all the gaps, in all the agencies, we can collaborate in cross-cutting issues. Because all our children are important to us and we play a vital role. So we feel that, and we believe in the saying that goes, as one we are great, but together we are a force for greatness. With this, I would like to hand over to Mr. Sunil Rasaili, one of our parent member, and also our board trustee.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sunil. I'm a parent of a 9-year-old boy with ASD, autism spectrum disorder, and I'm also a board trustee at Parental. So today, what I'd like to do is I'd like to share some of my experiences from the context of education for our son. So before I get into the meat of the presentation, just because I'll be talking about my son, I just wanted to put a face so that you all can connect with who I'm talking about. So that's my son, me and my wife. That's him at the Bhutan park. So just a background about him. He's 9 years old. He went to Keynote ECC for about 3 years now. 1 year we took him just to get accustomed to the new environment because he's autistic. So autistic children, as you all are aware, take some time getting accustomed to a new environment. So for about 1 year, we were just not in the classroom, but just in the vicinity of the ECCD, getting used to the new environment. And then he was there for about 2 years. Currently, he's being homeschooled with the help of our SEN. SEN is, many people know them as co-teachers or shadow teachers. They're supposed to be with the child and accompany the teacher in the mainstream classroom. And he goes to the EBS once a week on Wednesdays, and then he goes to see the occupational therapist at the hospital on Mondays. Okay, then we also get a speech therapist to visit him at home 3 times a week for an hour each. So this is what we do for him right now. Okay, so in terms of sharing my experiences, or my wife and our experiences, basically, it's very important for parents, especially first-time parents, having their first child, to identify the signs of It's very important that parents identify the signs early on, because as you all are aware, the earlier you are able to identify and intervene, the better it is. The faster you can do the interventions, I think you can correct a lot of the issues that may develop later on. So this is going to be a big issue, especially for first-time parents, because you don't know what the regular milestones are. So in 6 months, if a child is supposed to be sitting up straight on his own or on her own, is that the right time? Because if you have a second or third child, you probably would have gone through the motions and know when are the right signs, or right timelines or the right milestones when the child needs to meet those milestones. So that is a big issue for first-time parents. And then getting the diagnosis of what exactly your child is suffering from. Because if he's not able to meet his milestones on time, I think it's very important to know what exactly is the problem. Of course, now you get a lot of mixed messages. Some people at the hospital say it's not important to know what it is. I think intervention is more important, because we were getting feedback that there is a development delay and it is quite okay. But we did not know what it was. It was just a development delay. So, and it's very important at that stage for a parent to get in touch with other parents who have gone through a similar situation, so that they can help you and tell you okay, probably such facilities or such identification is not possible here for whatever reason. You need to go to hospital in this place or that place, meet this doctor, or I think this is what work for our child, and this may work for you. Do this, do that. So I think it's very important to get in touch with a bigger group of parents and a bigger community where you can get the help and probably get help in terms of diagnosis, in terms of what interventions to do. I think it's a very important issue here. Then okay, we wanted to go to a ECCD because he was 5. We want to take him to an ECCD, and now that's another hurdle altogether. We don't know where to go because I think there must be 20-25 classes in and around Thimphu, but many of them are not willing to take children with special needs because many of them don't have the skill sets or they are not equipped. So it's very important to get in touch with the bigger network, the bigger community, so that they can tell you, I think this is the ECCD for you. And my own experience with ECCDs is, I think it's very important to have the commitment of proprietors. Among the 20-25 proprietors of ECCDs, there are a few proprietors who are very, very committed to having a ECCD center that is inclusive. I mean, here I'd like to make a mention of Madam Yang. She got out of her way to make her center inclusive. And many ECCD facilitators and proprietors say they don't have the right skill sets, but actually, if you all have time, I think you should go and visit maybe ECCD. It's not a center that is very different. It's just the commitment of the proprietor is there, and she does all the online research herself, and she trains the facilitators herself. So I think that is not really an issue. Many of the ECCD centers feel like we don't have the right skill sets, we don't have the facilitators to handle children, especially things like that. I think that is a non-issue. If you're committed, I think 80% of the work is done. The other is having a strategy and a plan in place. You shouldn't put your child in an ECCD or an institution just for the sake of putting them in an institution. It is very important that you develop a plan, a strategy to say, these are the milestones I want my child to reach in, say, half the year through the curriculum. I want my child to be able to chew on his own. I want my child to be mixing around with other children, things like that. So you can have a strategy and a plan in place. And this is a very, very important aspect here. And then because they're not going to be in the ECCD for forever, they have to transition to school, to a school setting. So I think it's also very, very important to have a transition time in place, because you have to train your child who is 6 or so to be able to sit in a classroom for long durations. Because in the ECCD, it's like a 15-minute activity, then they do something else, so they're constantly moving around. But in a classroom setting, you have to sit in a desk and a chair for probably an hour or so. So you need to have a transition time in place. This is very, very important. And many children who have special needs need us, and like I already mentioned, there's somebody to be with the child and help the child around, besides the main teacher in the class, in the mainstream classroom, so that they're able to guide the child. Having a semi is a very important. Now we need to take him to school. Now this year, or this coming academic session, we want to take him to school. Now many of you may ask, why a school? He's a special child, why you want to take him to school? And do you want to take him to school just like any other regular child? Any other child would, why a parent would want to take a child to school? We would like to take him to a school for the very same reasons. And there are many reasons why children go to school. But I think 3 principal reasons why parents take a child to school. Number one, like Martin Luther King said, the purpose of education is for intellectual development as well as for character development. So one is teaching them the right skills to add, subtract, so that they are able to be successful in life, to talk and things like that. The other reason is, they say that shared vision. When a child goes to school, you are with your friends, and you have a shared vision, like being a Bhutanese, or having a love for your king, or like what makes you a Bhutanese is because you've been through a school setting. And the third reason I think it's very important is because they're children, and children need to socialize. So for us, I think we want to take our child to school for the sake, for maybe not for the first and second reason, but primarily for the third reason, where he needs to socialize with children of his age. And I think that is a very, very important aspect. You can do all your homeschooling, but when he's in a home setup, he does not get to socialize with children of his age group. I think this is very important. I think a lot of issues can be addressed if they're able to be around with children of their age group. Now, the problems when you take them to school is, like I mentioned earlier, having a SEN8. And it's not easy to get a SEN8. So recruiting a SEN8 and then giving them the right skills, because there is no ecosystem currently in place, or there is no training institute that churns on SEN8s, and then parents who want to take their children to school go and just hire them. Like our experience last year was, I had to advertise in the Parental 4 times, because I was getting calls from older women, 40-year-old, 50-year-old ladies who I don't think can do that. They're looking for a younger person. I think younger people are more energetic. So number one is getting the SEN8, and then number two is once you get a SEN8, giving them the right skill sets, like how to, because every special child has special needs. One is not the same as the other. So you need to, number one is just making them comfortable with each other. That takes, I think, 2 to 3 months, and then giving them the right skill sets, and then for your child to be comfortable in the SEN8 takes a lot of time. So hiring is one, and then giving them the right skill sets is another ballgame altogether. It's a big, big issue. Then, like I mentioned earlier, having a strategy and a plan in place, just putting them through the motions of going to school is not enough. I think you have to have a regular, not a regular, I think a very stringent plan in place. What milestones you want to achieve by when. And then, of course, children with special needs, you need to design a curriculum that is appropriate for them. So basically teaching them 1 + 1 = 2, many of them will not be able to handle it. You need to design a curriculum where they're able to get that concept. So you need to design that curriculum. And then, of course, ensuring transition with classmates, because many of them will not be able to pass, So they may be in the same classroom for 2 or 3 years. So they may be like 10 years old and his classmates may be 6 years old. So it's going to be a problem. So how do you ensure that he's able to transition to the next class along with his classmates, let's say. So, and then the other thing is you need to do other interventions, speech and OT, not just put them through the motions of going through a school setup. And because there's all our focus and attention, for us, he's our only son, so we can give him all the focus and attention. But many parents have other children, so sometimes the other children get left out. I think that is something you need to be careful of. So, and here, especially in this case, when you're giving all our focus and attention to the child, you forget yourself. Because I think it's very important to take care of yourself first before you're actually able to do. Because many parents go through this, mental pressures. So it's very important that you have to not forget yourself. Take time out. So if the the parents need to take turns, let your wife go out, have a good time on weekends or something like that. Okay, more 5 minutes. But yeah, okay. Now the bigger context. I talked about our experience, but the bigger context is in the education ecosystem in Bhutan. So there are SEN schools, as my colleague in the morning mentioned. There are 21 SEN schools. I think it's in almost every district, and there are 2 special schools. One for the hearing impaired in Bhutan and one for the visually impaired in Halina. Now, even if you want to take a child to a SEN school, they have to first go through a screening process to see whether they can be accommodated in the school setup. Now, many children who are on the severe side cannot be taken to the school setup because, I don't know, for whatever reason. So what happens then? Those children get left out. And when we say inclusive education and the current education context in Bhutan, let's ask ourselves the question, is it actually inclusive? Because what is the definition of inclusive education? I think some of our presenters presented in the morning. For this presentation, I did some research. And I looked at the Education Ministry's website. The Standards for Inclusive Education 2017 states that inclusive education is the process of valuing, accepting, and supporting diversity in schools and ensuring that every child has equal opportunity to learn. Now, I'll just put a context here. In Thimphu, there are two SEN schools. One is Changaka, and the other one is somewhere on the outskirts of Thimphu. So let's say you have a child. Let's say I'm a parent, I have two children. One child has no issues and one child is a special child. Now, let's say I live in Olam. Let's say I live in Hazrat. And for me, the convenient place to get my children educated is in Hazrat Middle Secondary School, or whether it's a lower secondary school or high secondary school, I don't know. But that school can take a child who has no problems. But as a parent, if I want to put my child with special needs in that school, sorry, that school is not designated as SEN school, I have to bring them to Changaka. So in that situation, is the other two children getting equal opportunities or not? Let's ask ourselves that question. So we say equal opportunities, inclusive education, but do we have the ecosystem to actually walk the talk? And like my presenter earlier in the morning was saying, it's a process. I don't blame the government, I don't blame the thing, but I think it's a process we all have to go through, and it's an ongoing process, and we have to work together. I just have a couple of more slides. Sorry, I'm going over that. Now let's look at the ecosystem from a legal perspective, from the legal framework. The Constitution does not actually talk specifically on disability, but it says all children will be given free education up to the 10th grade. Now, but this, if you interpret it, it means it does not say special child and a regular child. This means that even a child with special needs should have access to free education anywhere. And of course, there should be no discrimination on any grounds. That is, and now that is the legal framework. Now let's look at, of course, in the morning presenters, I've already talked about the numbers. I think it's very important to understand why that is very important. So if you look at the two-stage disability report, I think in the morning the chairperson also already mentioned the prevalence of disability is 21%. That means 1 out of every 5 children between the age groups of 22 to 9 has some form of disability. It's quite a glaring number, 1 out of 5. Because many people just use percentages for the sake of using percentages, when you actually try to translate that into what it means, 1 out of every 5, and that also about 2.7% is severe. Now, what does that mean in terms of numbers? I just looked at the population projections for this year. There are 93,000 Bhutanese in that age group. And if you translate that number, 21%, it means 19,500. It's close to 20,000 kids suffer in Bhutan from some form of disability. That's quite a big number, like 20,000 children. That also is only from 2 to 9. We have not even taken children out of this age bracket. Okay, now that was on the big context. Let's look at Thimphu. I look at the annual education statistics for this year, 2021. And in Thimphu, there are 14 schools. There are 14 schools out of the Tromde, and there are about, I mean, they can read about 4,800 children enrolled. And if you look in the Tromde itself, there are 34 schools and there are about 26,000 children enrolled. Now, if I add up the 26,000 and the 4,000 in Thimphu Dzongkhap, it's close to 30,000 children go to school. Even if I use the 2.1%, which is the number going around, it means there are 600 odd children in Thimphu alone who are suffer from some form of disability. 600 children between, I mean, in the school going age. Now let's look at how many of them are enrolled in schools. This is from the same report, the education statistics. There are only 120 kids left. There are 36 enrolled in the Thimphu Dzongkhap and 85 in the Tromde. 85 plus 36 is 121. So basically, it means there are 600 children who suffer from some form of disability, but there are only 120 kids going to school. What does that mean? It means that 1 out of 5, if there are 5 disabled children, only 1 of them is going to school. 4 of them are not going to school. That is a glaring number. It means that we are failing in a big way. 4 out of every 5 kids who are disabled are not going to school. So we talk about all sorts of things, policy, disability policy, but when it comes to walking the talk, are we actually walking the talk? I think that is the question that we need to ask ourselves. There is a lot to be done. Okay, now the way forward. That is the situation as of now. Now, what do we do? How do we move forward? I think one thing we can do is getting the legal framework. In the morning, people talked about the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, which was formulated sometime in 2006. And I think in January or February of 2007, it was actually launched by the UN. Bhutan signed it in 2010, but we have not yet ratified it. It's a two-stage process. One is signing it and ratifying it is coming to parliament, and the parliamentarians have to ratify it. If it is not ratified, a country has technically not signed into this. So Bhutan, although we signed in 2010, it's been 11 years, we have not ratified it. How do we ratify it? It's by getting this in the parliament and getting our lawmakers to ratify it. Once you ratify it, then you can have the laws in terms of right to education for our children with special needs, laws in terms of right to work for people with disabilities. If you don't have the legal framework, they can talk and nothing will happen. You have to have a law in place to make sure that schools have to take children with special needs. It's the same system with boards, women in boards in Sweden, in the Nordic countries. There are very few women in the boards. They passed a law saying that 2 out of every 5 women on the board, people on the board have to be women. And once that law was passed, automatically everything followed suit. I think it's very important. So the way forward is we need to pressurize our parliamentarians in our own constituencies, whether it's the NCNA, to ratify this. I think this will go a long way in helping the fight in this area. The other we should understand is government cannot take all the responsibility. The government is stretched thin. You all know that we are not a country in the high income group. We are in the, of course, they're going to transition to the middle income, but we don't have the wherewithal to do this. The government does not have the wherewithal. So we have to understand the government cannot do this on its own. CSOs have to play a very, very important role. And this is where CSOs play a very important role. And today it's very evident. ABS has taken the lead role to host a disability conference, not the government. It's the CSOs that play a very, very important role. And now we have to create an enabling environment for CSOs to thrive. Now, last week there was a story in the Parental which says the CSO arena is fraught with a lot of corruption and things like that. Now, I don't know what the problem is. Is it because of monitoring, or is it because the CSOs don't have the capacity? The CSO authority should foster an environment where they are given the right skill sets. And I think that is a very important area. You have to empower CSOs. Then they can come forward and help the government. The other is creating the support mechanisms, like I mentioned earlier, for parents, new parents. Where do they go to? How do I intervene? Which are the ECCs I need to go to? Which are the schools that are inclusive? Okay? So things like that, I think you need a very strong support mechanism there. And how do we create that? I think today is a start in that front. Then the other is the focus on caregivers. All the time we focus on the person with the disability. And hence we have realized that the attention also should be going to the caregivers, because parents go through mental trauma, they go through so much. So you need to shift the focus on the caregiver also. The focus should not be only on the child with the disability or the person with disability. I think it has to be equally focused on the caregiver. And of course, this may sound very cliche, awareness and advocacy, but today it's a very good thing. If parliamentarians were here, if the policymakers here, you highlight these issues and you create the awareness and so that policies and the ecosystem, the environment can be framed in such a way that we can mainstream our children. That's about it. Sorry.
Thank you, Sunil, for your excellent presentation. I think it was very compelling. Congratulations. maybe it was appealing to me because I'm also a parent of a child with disability. And you are not alone. We have gone through the similar journey, and we are not there yet, but we are somewhere in the journey. My question is on what you mentioned about the role of CSOs in getting the ratification pressure. So I know the country is preparing for ratification, but there is not much information that we get, even as we work for the UN. Recently, we have received observations from the Geneva office on some of the observations they have made on the periodic reporting of the country's status on. So we have shared that with our policy and planning division of MOE, also to the Director General, and I hope they will discuss around that with the program. But can you tell us something on what CSOs can specifically do, DPOs and CSOs and parents group like yours can specifically do to get this little bit of momentum? Thank you.
This is also a very new thing for us parents, because we're also in the process of learning. My own take is that since it has to be ratified at the parliamentary level, and we all have elected our parliamentarians from our own constituencies, so I think the first step is to talk to our representatives and then highlight this issue, the awareness and advocacy, like I mentioned earlier. Talk to them and make them aware about this issue. I think many of them, and it's not that they don't want to sign it. It's not that they don't want to ratify. I think they're just not aware, or there are other things on the table. Just too much on the table. But I think this is a very important issue. So we as individuals, first before we get into the CSO or REM at all, I think it's important for us to talk to our representatives to be aware about this issue, and then if possible, they table this. Of course, there is a process by itself, how things get tabled at the parliament. So one is there. The other is, of course, forums like this, where we highlight these issues to policymakers. Tomorrow, GNHC will be there. Of course, in the morning, there was the Minister of Education, and I think there are many players in this area. So we, as parents and individuals, number one, need to work closely with our parliamentary elected leaders. Secondly, I think CSOs, I think now we have quite a lot of CSOs in this area, like 7 or 8 CSOs in the front. So all of us get together and then make a strong case towards this.
Just to comment on what Sunil has said, to your question, is I think the other thing we can also do as a parent support group, as well as I think we have now 5 organizations, CSO organizations who work in the area of disability, is to create awareness in terms of what is UNCRPD. A lot of our parents, persons with disabilities, maybe they've been coming across this word UNCRPD, but what does it actually entail? What benefits are there for a country to ratify and become a member of it? What are the potential facilities and rights that they can get? I think this is very essential for not only the PWDs, but as well as for the families to be aware of. So maybe these type of workshops or awareness programs is something that we can collaboratively work on. So there will be dual purpose, like Sunil said. One side you talk to your parliamentarians, on the other side you also prepare the beneficiaries, that is the PWDs, children with disabilities, as well as the families and caregivers. Thank you.
Yes. Hello. Thank you, La. In the interest of time, I'm sorry we won't be able to take another question, but probably if you have a question, you can see whether we can have a spare time at the end. Thank you, Sunil sir and Vincent Support Group. Thank you so much. I would like to call upon the group from Paro College of Education. They will be presenting us on existing programs in college, and also Dr. Karmajikal will later present a research paper on theoretical framework for parental involvement in Bhutan.
Good afternoon to all the distinguished guests. I'm Bumayangum, an assistant lecturer with Paro College of Education, and I teach inclusive and special education modules at the college. So today there are 4 presenters from Paro College of Education, but firstly, a colleague and me, myself, will take you through some of the existing programs that is offered in Paro College of Education in preparing our in-service and pre-service teachers. So Paro College of Education, as we all know, is one of the pioneer teacher training institute in the country, and it produces primary school teachers. And our student teachers are trained up to 4 years full-time on the campus, and over the course of 4 years, our teachers, undergrad students are required to take relevant educational modules, including 6 months teaching practice in the field. So in their final year, our student teachers are required to take a module called Teaching Children with Special Needs as a compulsory module in their 7th semester. Please can you put the next slide? Next. All right. So this module prepares the graduates in demonstrating the skills and knowledge on, firstly, the background and history of special and inclusive education, both in national and international context, and particularly on the journey and the placement system of education for children with special needs from segregation to integration and then inclusion. And the second one is we also orient them on national and international policies, not only focusing on education, but also some of the opportunities for people living with disabilities for social inclusion and also social participation. And the third one is we also provide them with basic knowledge on classification of disabilities, whereby we mainly focus on characteristics of different types of disabilities and also signs and symptoms. And we have also received feedback from our graduate students in the field, saying that the information and the knowledge and skills they got from this module really assist them in identifying students who are at risk for poor learning outcomes. The third one is instructional strategy for specific disabilities and also general classroom accommodation. So this module also has a provision for information input, and also we have assessment areas in whereby the students are oriented on strategies and intervention, and also instructional strategies for students with specific disabilities. And some of these intervention strategies include picture exchange communication systems, task analysis, discrete trial training, functional behavior assessment, multisensory instructions, and social stories. And for the general classroom accommodation, we orient them on universal design for learning, differentiated instruction, response to intervention, and curriculum modification and other general classroom accommodations in the area of presentation, response, schedule, and setting. And the next one is we also discuss on the current practices and challenges, possible challenges in the school. Particularly, we draw this discussion from their experiences in the field when they're on the teaching practice. And the next one is we also discuss on roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders involved in educating children with special needs. And we also highlight what they can do as a teacher, classroom teacher, what they can do as a SEN coordinator, and also principal in the future. And we also have a culture of creating awareness in the college by observing international days such as Autism Awareness Day, Down Syndrome Days, and others. And when we are having these awareness programs, we actively involve our students and also other faculty members. So it is very aware and evident that with this one module for one semester, we do not fully prepare our graduates in becoming an efficient, inclusive classroom teacher, but it surely changes their attitude and provides them with basic knowledge and skills and to what to expect when they're in the field. Thank you. And my colleague will present you on the master's program offered at Parental College of Education. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. To continue, let me introduce myself first. My name is Kamal Hamo, and I'm also a lecturer at Parental College of Education. And I also teach modules on special education and inclusive education. To continue, the Masters in Inclusive Education was started in 2019, but this program went through a series of iteration and development with the assistance from QUT, Queensland University of Technology in Australia, and then it is funded by UNICEF Bhutan. So while developing this program or this course, we kept in mind, and we are very mindful of Bhutanese classroom, Bhutanese education system and the culture. So we incorporated the principles of a standard for inclusive education document, and then we value, we accept, and we support our students when they come to take this master's course at Parental College of Education. So this is a full-time on-campus course, and it's for two years. We started, like I said, we started in 2019 with 21 candidates, 20 of them from the schools with SEND programs, and one candidate who on a self-financed mode. So we offer 13 modules, and these 13 modules are rich, and maybe I think Parental should sell the program now, so I'll say it's rich, but it is rigorous. And we have evidence whereby our students do share their experience, and then they have commented saying that they thought they have learned a lot, or they have done a lot when they were teaching children with special needs in the classroom or in different schools that they served. But when they took the course, they said, they have a lot to learn, and there is a lot to learn. So who all are eligible to take this course? So we recommend those who have bachelor's degree, like BA, BA, or BSc, and then the other eligibility criteria that we also take care is 50% in English language proficiency. We do have students who couldn't or who couldn't, meet the 50% language test requirement. So, and then there are a couple of them who have actually disqualified. So annual intake is supposed to be 25. So in the first batch, we took 21. Second cohort, we have 11 of them. And then the third cohort will be joining the college in February 2022. I think we have 11, if I'm not wrong. So this program is inclusive in nature, and also it is universally designed. The fact why I'm mentioning it's universally designed, because it's not only for those teachers who are working or who are serving schools with SEND programs, but also it's open to candidates or people who are interested from other organizations also. If I take you through the next slide, so there are 13 modules that we offer at Parental College, starting from our students or our candidates, they get to understand and know the educational philosophies and theories to able to also manage special education programs in the schools. So when we take them through the module like management of special education program, they would frame policies, they would frame special education policies in the schools. They would also plan budget, and then also we take them through what are the roles of different stakeholders in the school design program. So with these modules, with the certain modules, we prepare our candidates or we prepare our graduates to read the next slide. So this is how we prepare our graduates. It helps them to develop their capacity to enhance access and quality of education for diverse learners. So along with that, they also get enough knowledge and skills that's required to cater to the needs of different learners or diverse learners. So most importantly, this program also teaches our candidates or students to collaborate, to work in collaboration with different stakeholders, then to live their experience, especially the parents. So we design our activities or our module in such a way that our students are working with parents, our students are working with different stakeholders in different organizations, so that they are also in their journey, living and moving along with people living with disabilities, and also or anybody having someone with a disability in the family. This course is exam oriented as well as they go through coursework. So like I said, it's a rigorous course. It's very enriching. And then a couple of times our students have almost given up, saying that it's really difficult and tough. But we have one of our students who's going to represent the first batch, and she will definitely share her experience of how she, experienced during this course. So that's all that I would like to share about the master's program at Bhutan College of Education. And if you have any questions, so maybe we'll be able to answer later. Thank you so much.
Can we have Dr. Parental?
Yes, good morning. And sorry, in the meantime, show my slides. I just want to give you background information about the presentation that I'm going to take you through. This is a research-based finding, and it's all an outcome from my thesis. And I'm very happy to present this papers. Actually, I have 5 papers which have been already published in international journals. And as I was doing my PhD studies way back in 2015 till 2019, I was able to publish as I went through, because this is a PhD thesis by format by publication. So I was able to publish 5 papers, and all these papers pertain to parents' perspectives of working out with their children with disabilities in the community, in the schools, and as a parent themselves. Sorry, just to check if it's the right slide, I'll just scroll through it. Oh yes, that's the right one. Sorry. Okay, thank you for my colleagues who just presented about our programs in the College of Education. And after me, I think we will have one of our graduate students who will present about the course that she attended. Well, as I mentioned earlier, yes, it experiences, perspectives, and knowledge of parents of children with special educational needs in 3 inclusive education schools in Bhutan. And earlier our colleagues mentioned SEND schools, but we have to be mindful about the language that we use. We call it as schools that provide SEND programs. Sorry for that. It's just a way of disseminating knowledge that language is also a barrier in barrier that entails for people living with disabilities. So instead of SEND schools, we call it as schools that support SEND programs. So these are a summary of the main findings that came out from my study. Okay. So I'm not going to go through this. This is just my research design. And for this study, I included 26 parents, and there was an in-depth interview with them in order to understand the perspectives, their knowledge, and all that. And well, these are the summary of findings. I thought I'll need to run through it quickly in the interest of time. Well, I had one paper on expectation. What did parents of children with disabilities expected from the community, from the school, their own expectations from the child and all. So the expectations were directed by factors such as the type of disability, nature of placement, whether it was a full inclusion or whether it was partial inclusion, and also the educational level of parents and the location of schools. For this, I had 3 schools, one representing Thimphu, that's urban, one from Paro as semi-urban, and one in Samsi, Thendu as rural. So overall, the urban parents of children with developmental disabilities had greater expectations and concerns for their children, because these children has, when we call it as developmental disabilities, some disabilities are invisible, like autism spectrum disorder, children with Down syndrome, children with cerebral palsy, and all. And the parents of children with physical disabilities residing in semi-urban and urban places are comparatively content and have high expectations, because these children were doing very well and because of the support from the school and all. Parents of children with severe developmental disabilities, though they wanted their children to stay at school for a longer period of time due to shortages of SEND teacher, because this is coming again and again, experts. And these parents could not have their children children in the school for a longer period of time. For instance, some school had to send the children after 12, after lunch. Oops, sorry. Yeah, the other one was benefits, perception of benefits and their concerns, sending children to schools and all. Benefits, yes, obviously there are lots of benefits. Parents reported included them in school along with their non-disabled, children with typical children and atypical children. Benefits include like positive social outcomes, caring and supportive schools, and also mobility gains for children with, some children had mobility issues, but later they were able to walk also. I think that some of the parents did mention that. And there were gains in speech development and also academic gains. Perceptions of benefits were influenced by the severity and type of disability. Yes, it depended on how severe the child was. And how they were placed, whether it was a full inclusion or partial inclusion. Parents of children with severe developmental disabilities reported main benefits being positive social outcomes. Yes, they were together with other children, so positive social outcomes and increased social interaction because of that. Then they were becoming more independent, and the behavior for some children issues were improving. And the benefits for parents, they were satisfied, sense of satisfaction, because they received support from schools and even from medical professionals and therapists. And also some schools had caregivers, the students themselves as buddy peers, helping children with disabilities. And for some of them, I thought there was a monetary support also. Then because of this, for being able to enroll these children in schools, it elevated, they were elevating the burden of care. So parents were, the parents did not have to go to school every day because the schools took over them. Concerns, yes, there are concerns also. Influence, again, it is influenced by the type of disability. The more the severe, the more concerns for the parents. Mild, moderate, less concerns, I guess. Some parents of children with full inclusion reported concerns of bullying, as earlier some did talk in the morning about bullying and all. Still, it's existent. Calling by non-disabled children that resulted in the child developing a negative attitude in going to school, and the parents' sentiments being hurt. From the research, yes, I did find some parents saying that their child did not want to go to school because of bullying and all, name calling, shaming and all. I think that's still there. Few parents in the urban and rural regions who raised doubts over academic learning because of the capacity of our teachers in the school. I don't blame our teachers, they are working very hard, but yes, because of the parents' expectations that they want their children to learn effectively, so there were concerns. And there are also concerns for the need of trained teachers to provide behavioral interventions for children with behavioral problems, and this was explicitly regarding to communication skills and all. Then, yes, I also looked into parental involvement. How was parents involved? And as earlier Sunil did mention, it's very important for parents to be involved along with teachers, the community and all. So I did look into this aspect, and I was looking into whether how were they being involved at school and also at home. So urban parents were more involved in supporting the needs of their children, both at school and at home, than those in the rural and suburban area, semi-urban area. Some parents, urban mothers, are involved as school helpers. You all know that we have Changamka Middle Secondary School out here, where parents, some of the parents, the caregivers, they come to school and spend their time along with their child. There is also voluntary support to other children with developmental disabilities whose parents do not come to the school. Yes, there are some parents who need voluntary support because the parents for that particular child was not available. So that's a very good understanding from the parents. And in the semi-urban and rural regions, it is predominantly mothers, as earlier expressed. It's always the mothers who are more involved in the education of their children, both at school and at home. These mothers are mainly involved in supporting and preparing the child with basic daily needs and all that. Urban parents who are more involved at home in supporting needs of their children after school hours, like support includes providing therapeutic intervention, leisure activities, and some fathers help their children with homework and academic works. And none of the parents in semi-urban and rural regions support their children with academic learning. And that's obvious, I believe, because of the work, because of their commitment for their daily living. They are the sole great earners and all. And also, these parents provided emotional support and comfort, knowing other parents of similar situations exist. So earlier, as some of our colleagues did mention that sharing with each other, parents sharing with each other can really play a role in supporting each other is obvious. And communication and collaboration, very important again. How do you communicate with the school? How do you communicate with stakeholders and all? And how do you collaborate? So this was another one from my paper, the findings. Communication, most parents have minimal or no communication with teachers and other personnel in the schools where their children attended. So this was so much emphasized. Communication with teachers on demand only, like meeting, excursion, and sport activities. Other than that, there was no communication. One-way communication, and most from the teachers. And teachers dominate the interaction with parents. And providing formal feedback on the progress of the child and parents to the parents were so minimal, and it was absent also in some cases. Collaboration, most of the parents across the regions reported no collaboration and in the school due to work commitments, which is the main barrier that impedes their connection with the schools. And urban Spain school mothers reported having regular collaboration with SEN teachers and other teachers, mainly related to providing the basic needs of children, providing like food and transporting. And this was evident in the schools where parents were there with their children. On some occasions when children with SEN teachers, on some occasions when teachers who support SEN programs were attending meetings and all, the parents had to replace the teachers in the SEN unit to look after their children. So that is another one. And the awareness and knowledge of educational rights and SEN policy is very important. And it looks like our parents are not so much aware about policies and rights of children and the UNCRPD and all. And some documents such as Bhutan Education Blueprint, Standards for Inclusive Education, though they mention about parental involvement, parents are not aware of such policies and frameworks. And yes, there are some parents who were aware, but they were not able to articulate what's really there and what does it mean. All parents strongly agreed with the importance and need for understanding and the educational rights and policies in relation to their children with SEN. Yes, they did agree. We have to understand this, and this is very important. These parents highlighted that being aware of legislation and policies would give them an avenue to seek clarification by allowing them to address issues and grievances to the schools and concerned authorities. So that's where parents can really play a role in making sure that their children are not left behind. Okay, now from all these studies, I was able to, and in order to carry out this study and write my thesis, I was guided by some of the theoretical frameworks, internationally, these are very important frameworks they use, and these are theoretical frameworks about, Epstein's overlapping spheres of influence, the 6 parental types of parental involvement, and also Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory, which looks into all aspects of the child development. So these theories help to make sense of what was happening and give direction for how schools and education systems can better support parental involvement in their children's schooling. Now, this doesn't apply only to children with parents of children with disabilities. It can apply to everybody. So it's inclusive and nature. The findings of this study is mapped against the 2 key theories as shown. So this is Bronfenbrenner's theory, and this is how I adapted my 5 themes under this. So there's what you call as child in the center, and if you look, there's concentric circles where you have microsystem, mesosystem, exo, macro, and chronosystem. So all this entails like what happens within that sphere. So for example, the child is in the center, the microsystem is all about the immediate interaction with parents, the school teachers and all. And as you go outside this mesosystem, where it talks about the school as a whole. How does it become inclusive in accepting the child and so on, and the policies and all stand with macro system, and the chrono system is the time as it goes, the history of education in Bhutan and so on. So as time goes, how are we heading? And this is Epstein's sphere of influence, where again the child is in the center, the family, school, and the community all should come together and work towards supporting that child. So these two theories I was able to blend in my study, and this is the 6 different ways of involving parents from Epstein's point of view, like parenting, communicating, volunteering, collaboration, and all. So these from all this, I was able to come up with a hybrid theoretical framework that I can say can work in our context, our Bhutanese context, and combining all these theories will assist us with deeper understanding of parental involvement in supporting the needs of children with SEN in the school and at home. Similarly, it can address the current practices of parental involvement in supporting children with SEN in Bhutan. So now what I do is I can compare these outcomes of the thesis, from my thesis, the theoretical framework, as triple jewel or 3 refuge, where we talk about Buddha, the guide, Dharma, the path, and Sangha, the companion and the teachers. So I was trying to align this with, in our context. And Buddha, yes, a theoretical framework that can guide in increasing effective parental involvement. So that's the guide of this theory, of this hybrid. Parental involvement with due consideration of the social cultural context, and it can be used in developing and implementing school programs to invite and motivate maximum parental involvement and developing policies of parental engagement, to name a few. So this is what can guide to us. Similarly, Dharma, the path to attainment and aspire to uphold particularly 2 pillars of GNH, because we all know we follow the developmental philosophy of Rashna to happiness. So namely, the 2 pillars here, the sustainable and equitable socio-economic development, that's standard of living. How can we increase the standard of living for children with, people living with disabilities in the future? Equitable socio-economic development, health and education, and promotion of and preservation of culture, like the time use, psychological well-being. Now it also talks about not only the children themselves, but also the parents. And community vitality, how can community all come together to support every individual living with disabilities, and the cultural diversity. So Sangha, the compassion and the teachers. So the main players out here are the family, the school, and the community. So this is the outcome of the study. And I thought with this framework, we can really take inclusive education forward. And as you see, yes, everything that we do is all embedded there. And it's always towards future direction that we are aspiring to be positive. And yes, parents are very important in supporting the needs of the children, and not only the parents alone, but the school and the community should all come together. So that's all about my presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
We want to reserve the questions for later. Can we have Ms. Sonam sharing your learning journey?
Well, good afternoon. I'm Sonam Shorin, as the moderator mentioned. And as my tutor, lecturer, Dr. Kamajigal and Madam Kama said, I'm the second year postgrad student in inclusive education. And before I go through my learning journey, I would like to quote. I would like to quote His Majesty during a royal address to the National Graduates Nutrition Program in 2013. It is not the question of whether we have the ability to achieve success. The question is, do we make the choice to stand up and to take responsibility? The question is, will we make choice to stand up, I repeat, and take responsibility? Will we choose to make a difference? Well, the thought of answering the call of His Majesty, the Duke Gyalpo, choosing to stand up and take responsibility towards nation building was extremely motivating and influencing factor in my decision making to pursue my inclusive education career. I joined Vangsal Institute for the Deaf. As you could see there, they are my students in the year 2015. And without prior knowledge of teaching experience in special education, I wanted a meaningful career where I was making a difference in people's life. So the opportunity to teach at Vangsal Institute was intriguing and motivating, and one of the best career decisions I've made so far. While my time at Vangsal Institute was extremely rewarding and presented me with several opportunities with regard to personal as well as professional growth, it is equally challenging. My professional competence in inclusive education was limited, and it was difficult to transfer my teaching experience in school to cater to children with diverse learning needs. Well, with limited understanding of children with diverse learning needs and care needs, I did not feel at ease. So I knew my lack of understanding for inclusive education was prohibiting me from performing my best, and I decided I had to do something to change the situation for the better. Hence, in the year 2020, when Parental College of Education attained another significant milestone in its educational path by launching its first ever master's degree program in inclusive education, I knew I had to be part of it. My motivation to pursue further in inclusive education was driven by my experience at Vangsal Institute and my aspiration to improve the learning experience of my students. There is so much more that I needed to learn, and it gives me immense joy and pride to be one of the 21 students to pursue the 2 years master's degree program in inclusive education. And I'm extremely grateful and honored for this opportunity. And indeed, I'm honored and privileged to present you my learning journey here. When it comes to challenges and opportunities, returning back to university was, after a long hiatus moment, was certainly not an easy moment. It felt like I was starting a life all over again, and that was overwhelming at times. However, I focused on the fact that I was back at the university to advance my education so that I can make meaningful contributions to the society at large. And the motivation that motivated me to persevere, adjusting to the student life, meeting new people, reading a vast amount of literature, completing daunting assignments in a manner I've never been used to before. Well, these were all new experiences for me during the first year degree. Now that the first year entered me with many challenges, such as AK referencing, as you all know, which took me several times to fully grasp, and still it is a developing skill in me. And the next challenge was maintaining the course, maintaining the complex situation between my education as well as being a parent. And then the hardest aspect of the course was face-to-face full-time classes with loads of reading and tasks. However, the modules that were introduced were quite helpful and beneficial, and the tasks were both learning experience and confidence booster as we went along, and which proved extremely useful in my inclusive career. Moreover, the modules furnished us with ideologies and signature pedagogies like universal design for learning, differentiated instructions, tiered lessons that would help mass majority of students and students with disabilities access general education curriculum and perform at the same level as their non-disabled peers. Well, the academic year that my cohort went through was it was far from normal, as you all know. And with this 2 semesters almost held online due to the pandemic, this was an experience that none of us has anticipated. And then it certainly was an insightful period in my life. And not only the mode of teaching learning completely different, like as you could see here, the mode of learning was completely different. And at that time, I had to juggle between 2 things, not only being a student, learning online, plus on top of that, I was a mother, and juggling between the 2 was already quite a challenge earlier, but the classes being held online, not only mine, as I said, I had to I got to get used to the online platforms, and I had to be their caregiver as well as their tutor, and simultaneously I had to do my own assignments being a student. So at that time, however, as I got used to the online platforms and also the new routine at home, learning virtually wasn't bad after all. Undeniably, my ability to get to virtual learning was because of the supports and efforts my lectures here provided to me and the university staff. Despite the classes being held online, I could still connect with my lecturers and my classmates through virtual learning forums for questions and offline questions and doubts that were promptly replied by those lecturers and the friends. And then the quality of the class was very varied from the offline mode. And additionally, the online classes taught me patience, perseverance, and resilience to deal with new changes and challenges. Looking back, the entire process of learning online has led us to experience greater gratification in enhancing our knowledge and skills through technologies, and definitely a silver lining during the tough phase of the pandemic that we all went through. Another highlight of the program was the fall semester in the year 2020, when we went for the program internship. The program has provided us with opportunity, that is practical experiences in implementing what we have learned in the classrooms, while simultaneously observing, collecting data for our final project, that was a case study research. And through this experience, I obtained a better grasp of the issue in inclusive education and ways to address them. While the experience was enriching, I was also equally entangled with my case study research. When it comes to program assessment, one way I was able to assess my learning was through the assessment that we carried out here, as you could say. And the program assessment were designed to ensure holistic evaluation of our understanding of the topic areas. For instance, like building assistive devices, and then also can you see that building assistive devices over there? So these were made by my friends. And then those assistive devices, it has made us understand the abilities and how we can adapt to the curriculum adaptability, and our capacity to intervene in meeting a variety of learning demands. And another one was a case study and field excursions to evaluate our management and collaborative skills, writings that are reflected in nature and that made us comprehend better on our topic, and reviewing our policies to put them into practice, and intervention assignments in applied behavior analysis to determine how the physical environment might influence the possibility of problem behaviors in the learners. While this all stimulated our real-life situations where we went through a rigorous engagement, as Madam already mentioned, and then which included like, as I said, preparing assistive devices, advocacy materials, teaching learning materials, and I believe like Madam Karma was also included in our like advocacy material, and teaching learning materials to cater to the diverse learning needs of the children. And it was indeed challenging, but this was the most that I learned. When it comes to the implications and the concluding thoughts, 2 years have passed since we started the program, and looking ahead, I feel the most accomplished, unlike ever before. And my interaction with my fellow classmates and lecturers have challenged and shaped my ideas and thoughts. And most importantly, it has taught me not to limit myself to form and structure, but to think beyond. The course not only taught me how to be a better inclusive educator, but also encouraged me to examine my own attitudes and beliefs to become a better human being. The course has not only enhanced my professional skills and knowledge, but has also enhanced my personal growth. As I move forward to resume my career in inclusive education, I pledge to advocate for inclusive education and through my own little ways, help every child that I cross paths with little extra support, little extra care, a little extra understanding and clear goal to support them and give them some kind of additional need. And it is time also, it is a time that we need to think outside the box and go beyond what is known. And we have to also put aside our self-interest and strive for the greater good of the country as a member of education faculty in promoting and implementing inclusive education. As our time in Bhutan College of Education comes to a closure, I understand that this is not the end of our journey. So this is only just the beginning. And I'm excited for all the progress that I'm going to, that lies ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sancharan. In the interest of time, you leave the question for later part. Do we have Mr. Shibu George on line? Hello, Mr. Shibu George.
Yes, very good. Good afternoon, Mr. Namge. Please allow me to share my screen. Are you able to see my screen? Are you able to see my screen, please?
We are able to see your screen, but unfortunately, we are not able to hear you clearly.
Are you not able to?
You have to increase the volume on your microphone and also speak a little louder.
Sure. Are you able to hear me now?
It's still very inaudible. So if you can increase the volume further.
This is the maximum.
Thank you. Now we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Very good afternoon to all the participants who are now at the Lee Meridian, and as well all those who are viewing this conference virtually. On behalf of the DRB, I take this opportunity to express our profound thanks and gratitude to the Ability Bhutan Society for organizing this National Disability Conference 21 on the occasion of International Day for Persons with a Disability. Considering the time limit, I prefer to talk straight to my topic with an immense joy for joining with you in this wonderful event. The famous philosopher of Germany, Mr. Jürgen Habermas told, in order to claim your rights, you must be recognized as an actor first. in the legal system. This is very much relevant to the people with the disabilities across the world. My topic is disability rights, gender and development. As I said, the time is constrained here. However, I will try to complete within the next 10 minutes. I am Shibu George. Here is the Regional Social Advisor of the German Leprosy and TB Relief Association, Asia. The outline of disability rights, the one should know that the UNCRPD endorsing to promote the human rights in the sector of disability, especially among the women and the children, for an all-inclusive, people-centered development activities and to mainstream them to accept in all its work. Way back in 1948, the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights importantly states that all human beings are born with equal and inalienable rights to ultimate freedoms. Until 2006, when the UNCRPD came across, the declaration says the persons with the disabilities also having the freedom in all equal ways. There are 3 treaties by the United Nations to provide the maximum extent possible to care the persons with the disabilities. Beyond the United Nations Convention of Persons with the Disabilities, especially in the areas of gender and child sensitive issues and its developmental activities. We should look around for the other treaties or other conventions or other rights, and we need to link them together for the welfare and well-being of persons with the disabilities. There are main 2 treaties, but I have seen in my literature reviews, I found that the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, one of a great milestone, the declaration, and also the Convention on the Rights of the Child. If you go through the intersectionality analysis of these 3 treaties, and we can just go forward by building the capacity of all stakeholders for a framework which is holistic, inclusive, and interrelated, which provides the maximum benefit for the rights of people with the disabilities. You just see the human rights framework from 1948 until 2007. There are several treaties, several conventions, including the political rights, the Convention on the Displaced Population, the migrant workers, the torture, the cruel, the inhuman, the degrading, and even among the racial discrimination. The 2006 UNCRPD is a milestone in the life of people with the disabilities and to the others, because the UNCRPD stated that until 2006, the existing human rights conventions have been underutilized, even though it was specific or non-specific for the issues of disability. However, people with the disabilities, they were isolated, separated, and their voices never heard or addressed. Even the governments, they rarely look into the situation of people with the disabilities, the children, the women, and the policies are not people friendly in case of to manage the welfare of persons with the disabilities. In this context, UNCRPD is safeguarding the promotion, the protection, the ensuring the full and equal enjoyment of all human rights and for the fundamental freedom for the persons with the disabilities to promote their respect and dignity. The general principles of UNCRPD started from the dignity, the autonomy, the freedom of choices, the independence. Further that it is non-discrimination, participation, inclusion, humanity, equal opportunity, accessibility, gender balancing, and respect the rights of children with the disabilities to preserve their identities. You can just see from this slide, there are 17 rights in different articles of UNCRPD enforcing the well-being, the fundamental rights for persons with the disabilities. These 17 rights are not restricted to access the other rights by the national governments. Here the rights started from the discrimination, the most important factor, to the participation in their political and cultural and public life. Several articles, several rights, which clearly ensuring that the right to health, right to education, right to work, right to movement, and freedom from exploitation, violence, and abuse. What not we need here. Over 15 years now, are we safeguarding these general principles? Are we ensuring the fundamental rights of persons with the disabilities? I challenge any country, any states in the world, any region, any province. Still the big question mark is, are we? In the context of disability rights for human right-based approaches, there are three main overarching goals are there. It's very simple. Increase the knowledge to support and guide for inclusive development. Strengthen the knowledge to respond to the growing needs and incorporate gender perspective in any disability action, in law, in policy making, in programming, in our projects, which needs to be entitled the rights of persons with the disabilities. There are some roadmaps. When you think about the roadmaps, you just examine the intersectionality of the three treaties which I mentioned earlier. The disability rights and the gender sensitiveness in the human right-based approach need to be considered for the implementation of disability sensitive laws, policies, and developmental initiatives. This can be rarely seen in any part of the world, but this can be even planned in our local civil bodies. The analysis needs to be included in the roadmap, supposed to be the equality, importantly the non-discrimination, the violence against women with the disabilities, of course, the traditional customary practices, the rights of sexual and reproductive health, inclusive education, and access to employment. The basic analysis, we can include this, definitely will bring the betterment for the people with the disabilities in any corner in this world. The roadmap further states, using these three conventions together, the rights of child, the elimination of discrimination against women, and the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, definitely take into an account with the specific vulnerabilities of age, gender, and disability. When you're formulating a project, when you're formulating a concept for a project for addressing the needs for people with the disabilities, the one should not forget to consider the other two treaties, the rights of the child and also the discrimination against women. Because the persons with the disabilities, or so-called people with the disabilities, are including the women with the disabilities and children with the disabilities. In combining the mandate of all these three treaties is again Again, it is going back to the 1948 Declaration of Human Rights. If we really able to analyze together, and when we develop our interventions, definitely this will give an emergence in the private and public spheres of our humanity. The consideration what we need to do supposed to be like we all are born equal, and one's right should not be the violation of the another's right. We need to be all in one, whether it is in health, whether it is in education, livelihood, social participation and empowerment. I just go back to the CBR matrix of World Health Organization. If we all put in one, then the output and the impact definitely will give you a better clarity. The non-discrimination, the participation and inclusion, and the rule of law is also very much important. Applying the human rights in the context of disability, again, subcategorically said that empowerment is the main area where people with the disabilities, to make their own choices, they need to advocate themselves, and they have the access, they have to have the control on exercise over their life. Unfortunately or fortunately, I'm not sure how we are making this statement when we are developing the proposals and projects. We need to consider the enforceability. Again, it's a rights-based approach that should be enforced their right at all walks of life, whether it is a local civil level or it's at the sub-districts or the districts or the state or the national. The indivisibility says that the persons with the disabilities have the rights to protect both the civil and political, their economic, their social, their cultural rights. And the participation, of course, is the most important. The people with the disabilities needs to be consulted, and there needs to be participated in a process making decision that affect their lives. So in taking decisions which affect their lives. The summary is, I just wanted to make it in this way. Disability rights or the movements alone cannot be guaranteed in a context that does not affirm the equality of all, especially the women and children with the disabilities. The current context across the countries, across the globe, persons with the disabilities are most marginalized segments of any community, any family, with the recognition in multiple identities, experiences of multiple forms of discrimination. And they need our attention for a better inclusive programs, developments, rights-based laws and policies. Uphold and practice the combination of 3 treaties is a way forward for a world with the disability rights, gender and development that are equally addressed for the well-being of people with the disabilities. I just conclude here. The former High Commissioner of Human Rights said the human rights approach is the means of describing situations, not in terms of human needs or the areas of development, but in terms of obligation to respond to the rights of individuals. This empowers the people to demand, to voice, to access their justice as a right, but of course not as a charity. Thank you so much. I know that the time is limit here, and once again, wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shibu. If anyone has one pertinent issue that you would like to speak to Mr. Shibu, we'll give you one opportunity. Anyone? If not, we would like to thank Mr. Shibu for taking your time and presenting us the detailed analysis of human rights in context of disability. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, now we need to change our plan a bit, so I'm going to suggest you something. We would like you to go and get your tea, coffee, whatever you like, bring it here on the table, and then we will continue with the presentation. Can we do that in 10 minutes? Plus, please come back with your teas and coffees. friends who are outside in the launch, can you come back in? We're trying to push really hard so that we can finish on the time. As our friends come in, can we have video from Council Institute of Care? Yes, the next presentation is supposed to be done by Principal for Council Institute of Care, but unfortunately he could not make it, so we have a video, short video, and then that will be followed by experience sharing from one of the students from Council, and then we'll have a wrap up by Mr. Tenzin Yenkin, teacher at Council.
Yes, a very good evening to everyone present here today. My name is Tenzin Yenkin. I've been working for and with persons with disabilities for the past 3 years. Previously, I was with Dr. Vocational Training Center for Children and Youth with Disabilities, and currently I'm working at Council Institute for the Deaf in Parole. Before I move on to my presentation, I would first like to show a video which will portray what Council Institute is about.
Lobde di gutsuti ki tuchi be ngale lojob ki jodo sishuni lobrim be wachin lobrim chungi tsinsi titi zumbe aludisi ki logi tse be wachin longa le sumchu so ngi gi phana lo yu sishuni la tatsa jungi theka hibdalu te ngachi gi tsa jungdi chitang dobra jin khayumi gi tsa jungule te khachi tu thushim dabe te ngachi alu namchamo komitsu ka phemidi Zato beshim da tendo wasi shunila. Once pe kana lunga chigi jonglagi khadi mado lesher beni yus shuni. Indira bestiru tinale khachi to khasum de chibe shugela. Tambadi ngachigi alu chachablu ngachigi te laksel gi shi indi suti dola. Nibadi da gatlegi na gachkach bedo sochi ngachigi lagdagi khaki gi shipsel bedo shunela khasum banal kach bedo sochi tal dislu shin phini dinla
Bhutanese Sign Language is the center of the deaf people and deaf education. So we, here in the research team, we try to research and document the signs and the language and the grammatical features of Bhutanese Sign Language. We, the teachers and the interpreters, linked to deaf people, it is very crucial for us as well. When we have a good documented sign language, we can use this language to literate the deaf, and the deaf will understand about the worldly things. They will know about who they are, their language, the culture, and then this will empower them.
Lobtu disu male lobrim los pipetrile gutsudi lobrim chuchi sensela chutam jududi te chibera habdibera omi chuchi nale hibingale khondu damkha yuse shinila tenale khonkhani be jung chidi khonragi te rikzelgi lakzelgi lamchi tirayi tele laluchi ta shinra habni se wachinte khonragi shin habni gi lamchi tibe te lorum chuche lamni be zodibe yuse shinila.
Practice beru, learning beru, kachi beru khon disu ati slow learner do bala laluchi ati first dola lalu slow ngachi group sum be divide benye bala ani be udalu khongi ani group sum nalu group china de ati khon anila ati al brief disu la lejum be shemi disu second gid ati slow disu last gid ati mashemi do me bala ani sulu the timing sum be divide be ani be tendo seshunila
마지기 공로 vocational so tengo minne den ngombader kamosa jinda 공로 다 पेशेदा된 남섬이지 공기 자답지 타임 수베 담버도 따수디 베로 남섬이지 요기 고급다니 수면도 몰라 대 아니 벤디기 마치기 더리기 나루디 vocational so 베팅 고미디라 공라기 미세디 나룰라 갈레 레망고베 랑고 랑동 조베 공라기 공라 람베 공 요체베 주몽고 발라 요기 콘체 온고베 마치기 아님치기 나레 콘 탈케비 아닌지 베수비기 로케 티기베라 아니베 조도스 슈미나
지기니 다 트래디셔널 페인팅 디다 마치기 다 미디나 베로 카티베로 라 톱 잠돈도 데 마치기 티로 베로 톱 잠돈도 이월라 라 중구지 시디 베로 마치기 티로 톱스베 아니 벤디기 다 마치기 나야다 라이얼 행상당 다 남들 베디 마치기나 gelung la kernipa se te en national certificate tu se ani ti nga chi gi alsulu topsup be zoni gi beta class 7 nale yata di class 10 sense di ko gi subject zum chi be tere 11 dang 12 na hebdalu tele loni di fully vocational be
painting the carpenter be sabi mesa an bendigi tatutenga gi teni be pasar jojo alu chemila dici be class 10 gi alu ni ebela kung teni be mila ani nilu tatu teni jodo ta geji di be ma sasi judola
machigi alunam choma khometsudi ta onse pe khana onshim le di khon ko kap le jombera yese shunila ta pe zum chibi showachin laksel ki jondar dime ta laksel ki jondar di khonra gi to ki tsakin le jombe asab do chibi chi misenalu roller rima ko pe khonra gi sasuni ko kap chi ani yese shuni niba zodalu ta na mamdo chibi wachin khongi lagdai khaki di mashebingale khonralu kachino midi phala matsu rogila midi tsumako bengale misedi na mi sami kangil chen chibi jone bala te na hishile ladai khaki di sal disile jombe thab bengale rano mide phalu lapsu phalela mide rangi ko bengale te khongi kangil dis ti hinsa sabara se chubigi se subtu bera jodo sishunila te kokap chi di khonlo ta shiengi thekadle bes chira khonra na cha gin pecha lejum beta subdo chuchi mongpa nalu te minam cho komis ta chikhalu dadun tele beodalu te khongi ma thishim da bengale te mi gada chikhae te khagila ma chudira bes chiru yigugi tholebe phada chu nesil jisul lejum be besupi jo onse chinina
na lockdown nami sami japchu do se shunibila alu do sulu chamche membela tenga chepam do sulu zapem lu lagdegi hamni thobela ko kandachi girin lu lagdegi thole hamni ko kap thobe te dige ngache alu chiga khalab nam pen thobe shunimi kachi se ngache chimna debachin gara local sign language use be go be delen alu ngache lami alu hamago alu lami ngache hamago nasin kanil do se shunimi te tana lockdown le wale anzumgi japchure thobe delen alu dusugi pesha chamchi membe wala rexel so madole she thobela semgi watakoni gi ansu madole she thobe shunimi
As a student, I studied and stayed here for 10 years. Now, as a sign language instructor. I have been teaching for 4 years.
Hemanga chusa chibe yuka debe kapsulo tetelen agi nessa su kache hamago indi bede besturo ngalo danzatame apchi te ani aptiki pawonse pe khange lebe dechinlo chutin tamshindo tetlan nanga agi nessel so hagoshim nale tetengana onse pe khanale pe chatani ge denna lokna hichila te tangana deshim nale tana lobra nale debe to lochu tham yasil.
When I am in my village, I do not have anyone to talk to, and it's a problem. And here at school, I have many friends. I'm happy out here. I play football, I read, I communicate with them, I joke around with my friends, interact, and I'm very happy here.
We provide boarding facilities. We have 2 hostels for boys and 2 hostels for girls. And the older our deaf children, they take care. They stay so happily in the hostel.
One of the challenges particularly that I feel is like deaf people, they are visual learners. Unlike us, we get the information through 2 pathways, hearing and through visual, but for them it's just visual. So for teachers, we have to make like 100% visual teaching. The skills and knowledge that we require when you work in the research team, especially that is to do with the audiovisual, like taking of the video and then editing the videos and all. The team members need to be trained on that.
튕긴 말함이 강일들이 돈은 봉셔디 수는 다도다 송각당 다 시리 생각이 가돌레 아스레지 세돌 테라베로데 알루맘조 텔레 코스기 나메디 세치레 기미 베오드랑 같이라시 지 돈은 봉 아스지 아니기 톱디 수준일.
Despite disseminating proper messages through channels like the BBS and radio, yet parents have not been able to access the opportunities what Wangsel Institute provides, which really hampers deaf children for education and empowerment to become self-reliant, independent, and contribute to the nation building.
Kadin lete lobja khama do lesha chukna jitu zenano de dilu namse kadin chisi shunila tamba tingi baso dalu junda libi disul namse kadin chisi shugula da khongi anim chi japchor majewa chinga chi alu disu to toy te tangfu khala maship sigali ikhala be bishami mola te anzume nga chi alu anzume lulu bon se noigi no samchi tamela te ta to shungi am chi charube delin nga chi pham dusule japcho begup dula nga chi pham dusugi te pham dusugi ra japcho be ma soshan di la khadula te nga chi pham lalu gi alu chungko gal lobdo na ma zuwa chimnara jami ompo gongol lu thofomi di pha de la luchi gi te la luchi ma palera shindo ke me mola te phami dusu de chi shugwela chi pha pha gudu de se mola nga chi pha ani be jabachin maung polo nga chi pham dusu ra la khachang la nga chi pham dusu ra dutincha alu chika doini minu te nga chi pham dusu shisawi shulu aldus na sa kaucheng la dizumbe chimno lo jama tawa na lobdo na bagwandi gi bete anzume tsusuwachin namsami kadin cheni wese shunila
tangal lobda na lo pesha de so lapcha te sore de so lap beshim na le te ne shule mong palo ngara lobdun chuni chudu beshim na le nga ji chen de so ta te so zon beshim na le te ne tru de so sa beshan yare wayol.
After I finish my school, in future I hope to work as a professional woodcarver. I would like to work as any other woodcarver in the society, and I will not feel ashamed of working as a woodcarver and be like any other people in the society. My message to the parents of the deaf children: please don't ever think that my son or daughter, they are not independent, they are dependent, I have to take care of them all the time. Please don't think so. Deaf can, and they can be independent, but your responsibility is to send them to school, give them education, support them, make them happy. They can be independent.
Les, thank you so much. I think I'm running short on time as well, so I will try to be as brief as possible. Next, can we please have Sing Wong Mok, a student from Wongsel Institute for the Deaf, to share her experience being an individual with deafness. And the interpreter will be Nan Dechen.
We are sorry, in the meantime, your tables will be served with refreshment snacks, so please enjoy.
Thank you so much, and Sring Choden, for sharing your experience. Now I would like to move on to my presentation, where I will be talking about findings from a study that we conducted at Wongsel Institute for the Deaf as a part of an important project proposal that we have been working on for the past few months. I would like to inform that by no means are the findings from this study done through proper research undertaking. Remember, it was a small-scale study that was conducted at Wongsel Institute for the Deaf, and then I will be presenting the findings. So, basically, through this study, we wanted to understand the challenges that were being faced by individuals with deafness in our country, and the role that Bhutanese Sign Language played in alleviating these challenges or difficulties in their lives. So there were 5 areas, focus areas that we wanted to investigate. First is Bhutanese Sign Language proficiency of teachers of the deaf, teachers that are at Wongsel Institute. Second, teaching learning experience in deaf education, both of teachers and the students. Third, Bhutanese Sign Language interpretation service that are being provided by the deaf education teachers at Wongsel. And fourth, impact of Bhutanese Sign Language acquisition on the deaf after children with deafness. Bhutanese Sign Language acquired what changes or how did it impact their life? And fifth, the communication between parents and their deaf child. How often the communication was between deaf and parents. So to get a better understanding of the first area of investigation, we asked our teachers a few questions, like what other languages do you use besides Bhutanese Sign Language in classroom as a medium of instruction? As of now, at Wongsel Institute for the Deaf, Bhutanese Sign Language, or as we call it, BHSL, is the primary medium of instruction at Wongsel. But we wanted to know what other languages were being used in classroom to deliver the lessons by teachers. And then we also asked if the deaf educational best practices, one of the best practices considered is use of sign language and sign language alone in classroom or delivery of lessons. So we wanted to know whether teachers at Wongsel Institute for the Deaf were using speech alongside sign. And then we asked our teachers if they were familiar with Bhutanese Sign Language grammar, syntax. So, use of other languages in teaching, what we found out was almost 50% of our teachers at Wongsel Institute for the Deaf, they were using English alongside Bhutanese Sign Language. And then 17% used both Dzongkha and English in the delivery of lessons, while 11% used Dzongkha alongside Bhutanese Sign Language, and 17% used only Bhutanese Sign Language to deliver their lessons in classroom. Use of speech in teaching, for example, the sign Beira, to teach students with deafness at Wongsel. We found out that more than 50% of the teachers used speech sometimes alongside VHSL while delivery of lessons. While 22% said they never made any use of speech while delivering their lessons, and 11% said they used speech often in classroom. So when we asked our teachers, by the way, 18 teachers were involved in this study, and 26 students, purposive sampling in research. Because the literacy at the students' literacy level, so the teachers disagree, experienced teachers disagree, selected those who they thought could answer the questions or the survey. And this was select we conducted this study. 18 teachers were involved, and while administering the survey, 2 interpreters and 3 teachers from Wongsel Institute, group, performed the research with us. And then we also had help from research unit at Wongsel, and we had a sign language linguist consultant with us as well while administering this service. So when we asked about Bhutanese Sign Language grammar to our teachers, these were some of the responses that we received. Not much familiar with grammar, hardly, little familiar, rule of negation, rule of question, gaze, reference, buoyancy, rule of adjectives and adverbs, pronoun, noun, adjective, syntax, 5 parameters. So the wide range of answers in the model, we hardly know about Bhutanese sign language grammar in there, while you give rule of negation, rule of question. So it looks like they have an idea of syntax, Bhutanese sign language syntax. So then we presented these responses that we received from our survey to the sign language linguist consultant that we have at Wongsel. And then 9 out of 18 teachers indicated average understanding of BHSL grammar. 1 teacher indicated poor understanding of BHSL grammar, while 8 out of 18 teachers indicated good understanding of BHSL grammar. As you can see, the teachers at Wongsel Institute for the Deaf, more than 50% professional development beroda or training beroda need dosi shindinga. Then the second area of investigation, teaching learning experience in deaf education. So Wongsel Institute Nadu, while deaf education is being implemented, what are some of the difficulties that are being or challenges that are being faced by students as well as teachers? To find out that, we ask questions such as, have you ever experienced communication breakdown with your students when using Bhutanese Sign Language? Bhutanese Sign Language used there, communicate beroda yang lessons deliver beroda. Ani beroda lukangil thinga, matenga. Ani investigate beroda. Answers are never. 1 teacher never, 2 rarely, 12 teachers, sometimes 2 teachers often, and 1 always communication breakdown while carrying out deaf education at Wongsel. Then difficulties in delivering lessons. 1 never, 5 rarely, 10 sometimes, 2 often. So through these results, we can see an indication of the Bhutanese Sign Language proficiency of teachers at Wongsel. That up to the standard, maybe and then we asked teachers also to react to statements such as this. As a teacher of the deaf, I can use my Bhutanese Sign Language skills to deliver concepts in teaching and learning processes fully. 3 strongly agree, 7 agrees, 6 neither agrees nor disagrees, and 2 disagrees. Third area of investigation, Bhutanese Sign Language Interpretation Service. So currently at the moment we have sign language teachers at Wongsel Institute for the Deaf providing interpretation service in our country. So we wanted to look into the effectiveness of this service being provided. So we asked questions to our students as well as our deaf teachers themselves, teachers of the deaf, sorry. So we asked teachers of the deaf to react to statements like, interpreting services are important for the deaf. Interpreting services provided by the teacher interpreters of Wongsel Institute for the Deaf are effective. Then to our students, we asked, do you avail Bhutanese Sign Language interpreting services provided by Wongsel? And if yes, I understand what is being interpreted by the teacher interpreters. We asked our students to react to that statement. And these are our findings. Interpreting services are important for the deaf, asked the loop. As you can see, most of the teachers strongly agrees, like yes. 13 strongly agrees, 4 agrees, 1 neither agrees nor disagrees. But then when we asked if interpreting services provided by interpreters at Wongsel were effective, Then teachers became quite apprehensive. 7 disagrees regarding effectiveness. Then the 5 neither agrees nor disagrees. 3 agrees and 2 strongly disagrees. These are some of the responses that we got from our teachers. And now when we asked our students if they availed interpretation services, majority said yes. And then few said no. 21 said yes. 5 participants responded no. And now when we ask our students to react to the statement, I understand what is being interpreted by teacher interpreters. 3 strongly agrees, 4 agrees, 8 neither agrees nor disagrees, 4 disagrees, and 2 strongly disagrees regarding interpreting services, comprehension of interpreting services. The 4th focus area, impact of Bhutanese Sign Language acquisition on the deaf. So how did acquisition of Bhutanese Sign Language affect their life, whether positively or adversely? To find out this, we asked them questions like, what changes did you find in yourself after learning Bhutanese Sign Language? And then the responses that we received were increased. Basically, we summarized the responses and then themes started to emerge from their responses. So these were some of the areas that they said VHSL acquisition had impact on. Increased socialization after acquiring Bhutanese Sign Language, increased communication, greater access to information, increased confidence, greater participation in community, increased independence. I think it's quite understandable, these answers. Imagine yourself going to China without having any idea or grasp of Mandarin. We will be completely lost now. And then if we had some training in Mandarin, then I think Bhutanese confidence level increase due to acquisition of Mandarin. Similarly, after acquisition of Bhutanese Sign Language, they reported experiencing increased level of confidence. What changes did you see in your deaf child after being admitted to Wangsel? Mainly after being admitted to Wangsel, we meant after again acquiring Bhutanese Sign Language, coming to Wangsel and then learning Bhutanese Sign Language. What changes did the parents notice in Konagi Alulu? Improved literacy and numeracy skills, improved behavior, increased communication, and improved academic performance. So these were the responses that we received. So communication between parents and their deaf child. To find out, to obtain data on this area, we ask questions like, how often do you communicate with your parents? How satisfied are you with your communication with your parents? And students will ask the. And these were the responses that we received. Frequency of communication with parents. 3 said often, 20 said sometimes, and 3 said rarely. But 20 saying 20 sometimes when it comes to communication with parents, I think it's quite understandable because even I as an individual, I think I also have communication with my parents sometimes, not often or always. But the problem is in communication satisfaction level. The few moments of communication that I have with my parents, I'm confident that these conversations are meaningful and mean something to me on a personal level. So when we ask the students their level of satisfaction with communication, 5 said satisfied, 11 students reported being neutral to this statement, and 10 reported not being satisfied with their communication levels. And then when we further questioned them why, they said lack of communication or lack of language. Shared language doesn't exist between them and their parents. And then to our parents of the deaf, we asked, how often do you communicate with your child when at home? And have you ever experienced communication breakdown with your deaf child? Frequency of communication with deaf child, 2 parents reported always, 5 said sometimes, 5 parents, by the way, 5 parents were involved in this, 8 parents were involved in this study. 2 said always, 5 said sometimes, and then 1 said rarely. And then when we asked if they experienced a breakdown in communication with their deaf child, 2 said always, 4 said sometimes, and 2 said rarely. Again, there's an indication of difficulties emerging in communication between parents and their deaf child student. So to summarize our findings, in these 5 areas that we looked into, BHSL proficiency of teachers of the deaf, we have found that BHSL proficiency of teachers at Wangseldi, that were average teaching learning experience in deaf education. We have found that teachers sometimes or often experience communication breakdown in classroom with their students, deaf students. BHSL interpretation service to help the rule, teachers themselves reported it as being very important for deaf individuals in our country, but when it comes to effectiveness, the impact of BHSL acquisition on the deaf, they reported increased levels of confidence, then the socialization, participation in community activities. So a lot of positive impact after acquiring Bhutanese Sign Language. The communication between parents and their deaf child, as mentioned earlier, majority of the parents said communication took place only sometimes, and then they also reported breakdown of communication. Then students, majority of the students reported lower levels of satisfaction when it comes to communication with their parents. Some of the challenges in deaf education, that's now findings present over the a lot of difficulties emerge, smaller communication breakdowns, and then in the delivery of lessons, teachers are not very confident. So what are some of the causes for these difficulties that are emerging in implementation of deaf education at Wongsan Institute for the Deaf? Abstract ideas, difficult to explain. Delivering lessons take longer time. These causes on a teacher's level, we asked teachers why they thought these difficulties were emerging, or they were facing these difficulties. And these were some of the responses. Limited science documented, therefore limited linguistic expression. Difficult to be mindful about 5 parameters and other features of Bhutanese Sign Language grammar. I think when it comes to grammar, not just Bhutanese Sign Language grammar, but even BHSL grammar. BHSL grammar, it's very difficult for hearing teachers to be mindful of all these rules of syntax that exists in BHSL. I would like to ask, Ratwani, time up for the presentation in the morning, and a discussion in 15 minutes time. Can I use some of that for the presentation as well, with permission from organizers? Thank you so much. Just a few slides left. So now, what do you mean by difficulty in explaining abstract ideas to students with deafness? For this, I had an activity in which I would be coming around and then showing a sentence to one of the group members, and then this group member will be asked to explain this sentence to the other members of the group using sign language. And I don't know how. Let's try it out. For them, certainly. If I make use of mic, I think I will give away the sentence. Everyone. And please don't mention the word after targeting the debate. What the means a slight change in plan. I was informed by the organizers to be mindful about interest of time. So instead of making it a group activity, I would like someone to volunteer and please come in front. Already, certain groups have already selected more individuals, so maybe one can volunteer. Or should I select it? Yes, can we please have Bhutan Couplet as a volunteer? Or first volunteer. So you already have the sentence form. So how do I do it? I don't think I can. It's very hard. Try. What gestures you said? Or maybe there's someone in the crowd who thinks he or she can.
I will choose.
Let's finally have a volunteer.
Yeah, I'll try. Then the thing you did, you know?
Oh.
Right. I mean, you don't have to guess the word. I mean, they have to guess the word.
Oh.
I'll just do it, then you can say it together. Okay, I'm not the. And this is
knowledge.
Yeah, in that light.
Wisdom.
Already, shall we please? Participation.
Writing is happiness.
So writing is happiness. One interpretation.
Writing makes your imagination grow.
Writing makes your imagination grow.
Yes.
Do we have more guesses? No. Yes. Any more guesses? So writing makes your imagination grow. I think somebody said wisdom.
Studying.
Studying.
Empowers.
Writing to the world.
Writing will enhance your knowledge.
Plus. Writing to enhance your knowledge.
Writing will enhance.
Are they anywhere close to what the actual sentence is?
Literacy empowers.
Literacy empowers. So far we have one volunteer who has come a little close to the actual sentence. Maybe I shouldn't take so much time. So back to the presentation. So the sentence was, any more guesses or last minute guesses? No more guesses? Okay, the sentence that I asked Madam Youngton to interpret was, the vision of Ministry of Education, an educated and enlightened society of GNH, built and sustained on the unique Bhutanese values of Khadamti and Lejudre. As you can see, much is spoken community generally, Khadamti and Lejudre, we have a very clear understanding, or maybe some of us don't. But generally, we have an idea of what it means, what it means. Now, how do you think we pass this message, or what this statement, Khadamti and Lejudre, means to persons with deafness? By the way, even I don't have an answer. I'm just trying to show the difficulties that emerge in explaining abstract concepts to individuals with deafness using only Bhutanese sign language. So what we try to do is, now we try to make use of visual aids, videos to show that. So is already something to the estimate of karma concept. So when we try to show, okay, 5 minutes. When we try to show them what Khadamti and Lejudre means through videos, or making use of videos, they have a better understanding. Plus, so the implications of findings that emerged from the small-scale study that we conducted at Wongsel Institute for the Deaf. So what we need to do, what Wongsel needs to do, enhance research and documentation work on Bhutanese Sign Language, training of caregivers and parents of the deaf, training of interpreters of the deaf. The first three recommendations of a sort, we can implement that at the level of Wongsel Institute, institutional level, implementation level. The other three recommendations, I think we will need to collaborate with other institutions, agencies to make it happen. Strengthen early intervention services. I think it directly goes to Ministry of Education. Provide accessible media and news content. So if there's any personnel from media and news agencies, maybe this is something that we can take note of. Sorry, I have missed something in my slides, which was our findings regarding information accessibility. Questions we asked our students of the deaf, and more than 80% said that they had very limited access to information. Even COVID-19 vaccine, something as important, much matter of life or death, COVID-19 vaccination, even this news, deaf community, deaf students do, something delayed and training of teachers of the deaf. The only we were thinking now, Polo College, there already there are few personnel present today. So if there was a possibility, and Ministry of Education as well, if there was a possibility of collaborating with teacher training institutions to have a Bhutanese Sign Language training module of a sort, or a program where a few selected trainees are trained in Bhutanese Sign Language already as part of their BA program, 4 months, 6 months, Bhutanese Sign Language training, so that after they complete their studies, allocate they are especially sent to Wongsel Institute for the Deaf. The only need to continue things was when a member of parliament visited Wongsel Institute. Few months back, one of our students, when the member of parliament asked our students what difficulties did you have or what suggestions did you have to give the school attention on the teachers this if they could have Bhutanese sign language training, if they could be pre-trained before arriving to Wongsel Institute, so that not so much for an example, I've only recently arrived to Wongsel. It's been around 6 or 7 months, and I've spent the past 6 months learning Bhutanese sign language myself. So instead of directly how to teaching start when or impact when I have to spend time training in Bhutanese sign language. So this is one suggestion. There was any sort of possibility of teacher training institutes that collaborate with China. Even our principal has shown keen interest and he work out with me. And if there's, I can already see Sapuma disagreeing. So this is our suggestion that we are providing. Next. So the media content, news and media content accessibility that much limited access to it. This is an example of one of the news agencies, Facebook social media posts in the and now I think there is newspaper subscribe to newspaper. News is spreading very quickly through social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook. All major news agencies in our country, PBS, Consult, Bhutan Times, all these have social media handles. And then news is being spread through these platforms. So now the question is, now we can pictures use the what do you think the headlines is about? Because this was the picture that was used. Quick guesses, 1 minute. Oh, so sorry. The presentation is coming to an end, sir. Any guess what this news might be about headlines? National Council, National Assembly, opening session, parliamentary meeting, or maybe policy changes. So the Machi, it was mentioned during the previous presentation that the literacy levels of persons with disabilities in our country is very low. And then, I think it was Sonam who questioned why is it low. Among persons with disabilities, persons with deafness, lowest set of persons with deafness, you have to consider because of their speech. Now, their literacy and numeracy skills are very low. And we have to do so much of the information when they come into interaction with the outer world. So much of their information is being absorbed using their eyes. The visual cues go well. The news something important is happening. National Assembly the Parliament opening session what the actual news was about. So the actual news headlines yesterday, National Assembly decided not to recommend the need for female representation in the highest decision-making body of police. So female police equally in there. But picture-ready, it's so difficult to get more what the news is about. Deaf individuals, Wongsel deaf individuals, they advantage because of their education, they can pick up the words level. But other deaf individuals in the country who are not with Wongsel and who did not receive any sort of education, they completely misinterpret Benidi. So our recommendation to media outlets, news agencies is if you could make news a little more visual and representative of the actual headline, what the news is about. This, I believe, is the second last slide. Diagnosed with motor neuron disease in 1963 at the age of 21, he was told he would have only 2 more years to live. Yet his mind managed to travel light years in the wake of that devastating diagnosis to help turn cosmology from a fringe subject to perhaps the most compelling of all the sciences in which he provided profound insights into gravity, space, and time few have delivered since Einstein. He was the world's best-known scientist, the galaxy's most unlikely celebrity, a brilliant mind trapped in a fading body, a global inspiration to disabled people, and so much more. Who do you think this is about? Yes, one of the greatest physicists of our time, Stephen W. Hawking. I would like to end my session with a quote of his. When he was asked about meaning of life, his disability, this is what he had to say. Remember to look up at the stars and not down at your feet. Try to make sense of what you see and wonder about what makes the universe exist. Be curious and how difficult life may seem. And however many difficult life may seem, there's always something you can do and succeed at. Thank you so much.
We are very sorry for keeping you late, but if there's anyone who thinks that there's a pertinent issue you need to raise right now, probably we'll give a chance for one person to speak. Otherwise, our request is that probably you have a little bit of adjustable time tomorrow. So we would like you to go home, do some homework, reflect on it, and then probably come up with the questions tomorrow, if that is okay. Any pertinent issues that anyone would like to raise? I know there is one, but what I thought was probably I would ask a gentleman to speak tomorrow in the first morning with his concerning issues, which is one of the very pertinent in the community.
Really sorry that tomorrow I will only able to join after lunch. I had to do my examination. So one thing that I've discussed with sir, I think, and that something that I've really seen that is lacking. And since I've gone through the 2 days agenda, when I talked to sir, I particularly mentioned about the thing where like there's so many aspects of person living with disability has been covered, be it in terms of providing employment, training, or like even like the caregiver themselves. I think they do have their own network where they can give each other support and all that. And there's so many other aspects that has been discussed as of now, and that will be discussed tomorrow as well. But the one thing that I've seen that is quite lacking, in my opinion, is like the lens, the true lens. We see that disability people living with disability, it's also have needs. We really talk about their sexual needs, and especially in this movement. I know that in individual basis, there's so many entities as representatives working around this area. They're doing so much work now, but that's very individual basis in Nevada. That hasn't come on the forefront now, where this has also discussed as one of the emerging issues where like we have to see people living with disability as a sexual being with the needs, sexual desires and needs. And that needs have to be talked about. And like with that also comes vulnerabilities, be in terms of them being molested, harassed. So I'm really so. This is my only concern. I think nobody is talking about it, but I know now on the individual ground level this is happening now. where like their own beneficiaries on the individual, I think, networks and all entities are educating their own member, but this conversation is not coming up on the forefront, where it can be considered as one of the the issue is already there, but the issues that need to be discussed and that need to be highlighted in the whole movement itself. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a strong reminder says that we need to discuss some of the uneasy topics in regard to disability and in context of sexual abuse or exploitation that is happening. And I think that is very important to discuss as well. For today, let me try to conclude in 1 minute here. We had seen from the morning discussing about disability in context of education, and especially in terms of opportunities and challenges that are there in current situation or in current context. And also we had disability and parenting. We got a very clear insight of what are the challenges faced by the parents who are living with children with disabilities. And also we had discussion on human rights conventions and the policies and regulations. There's a strong question, how inclusive are they, even when statements are declared and agreed or signed. Finally, we had a lot of our friends with disabilities sharing their personal life, how they have been through and what challenges they face. And I think it demands us to ask a question ourselves, make a introspection, make a reflection and see what role we can play as we become active member of the society and how we can support the cause that they have been always voicing out. Thank you for today and hope to see everyone tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Have a good evening.